The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibilities. Infinity. Cisco.
Look, crypto is a new technology. It's tough to wrap one's head around. Crypto technology is fundamentally a new way to store and transmit anything of value. Everyone stands to benefit from this.
Welcome to Huntington, a bank that believes we should all get more from money, like a path to turn late nights into beach days, and a nudge when you've got enough for the go. Go for it, Daryl. Let's get more from money. Huntington Bank.
There was a tree down in the woods, the prettiest tree that you ever did see. Now the tree has roots that need water to grow jobs, grow skills, make the whole world go. Oh, make the green grass grow all around, make the green grass grow all around.
At JP Morgan Chase, the investments we make help make businesses happen, that make jobs happen, that make communities happen. Together, we make momentum happen.
Hey, your voice is amazing. Let him hear it.
When you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more.
Give me a word, give me a sign. Show me where to look, tell me what will I find.
You're unstoppable.
I'm just getting started.
Well, I'm here to help.
At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking.
With Operation Hope and U.S. Bank, I feel like the mission is aligned as far as what we're trying to accomplish, which is to make sure that each and every customer gets our full attention based on what we discover on a daily basis. That's where we get a chance to kind of integrate Miracle, our Operation Hope coach, into the mix as well too.
And that's why this partnership between U.S. Bank and Operation Hope is so special. They have somewhere that they can go, that they can receive financial literacy support, giving them the tools and the knowledge as to how to utilize the money that they have. I'm definitely proud to just be doing the work and proud of the work that's been done by my clients as well. Oh, Mr. Ronnie, if I may call him that, a wonderful client, big heart, devoted father and husband. With the help of Operation Hope and U.S. Bank, he has reached unbelievable heights. He did what needed to be done, and now he's thriving, and it's a beautiful thing to see.
Not only did Miracle walk me through, what I needed to do and help me with my credit, but she also referred me to Mr. Will at U.S. Bank and said that he was a great mentor and he could really help me in ways that she couldn't help me.
I get up every day and I get to change someone's trajectory through conversations. It's really, what is your end game? And understanding what that end game is, I get to assess where they are and then provide them the roadmap to actually getting there. I mean, this is hard work, not hard work. And I get up every day and I'm excited about it.
It's a monumental moment for me because I'm in my own community and I'm helping my community build financial stability.
Operation Hope's first office and first launch of a partnership in New Mexico is incredible.
If you have access to the bank and you need help or you start to get in financial distress, we are there to help you, and we are there with the Hope Centers to help you.
I am very grateful for all of you for participating in this.
I feel like it's very important because financial stability, financial literacy is the backbone of success.
Welcome back. The Sick would like to make you aware that the preset dessert contains nuts. If you have an allergy to nuts, please alert your server so they can provide you with an alternative. Enjoy your lunch.
Please welcome Operation Hope President of Program Operations, Lance Triggs.
All right, all right, all right. How's everybody doing? Come on, get your seats. Get this wonderful lunch. We got more program to get through. Everybody doing all right so far? How was the morning session? It's good? All right, that's what I want to hear. We have a couple of special announcements that we're going to make while you're gathering for the lunch portion of this time. We celebrate our coaches, our financial coaches, all across the country. Thanks to a number of partners that we've acknowledged earlier and some that we haven't, we have over 300 financial coaches throughout the United States supporting a number of environments, K through 12, colleges and universities, in the workplace. You heard Ed Bastian around Delta. We also are in UPS. We are also in the hospitality industry with the Venetian Hotel in the great city of Las Vegas. And so we want to do a special award acknowledgement. I'm going to have our Chief Experience Officer, Ed Eberhardt, to present that to one of our coaches who not only is deserving of this award, but she represents the entire 300 network of financial coaches that are doing the work each and every day. Let's give a round of applause to Ed.
Hey, thanks, Joel. I am for sure not the story here, but I do want to share one thing with you. You know, as leaders and executives, so much of our day is about problems, right? This is going to be a problem, fix it. This has been a problem for years, you got to fix it. And I had a mentor who used to say, Ed, your job is to fix problems and bad news. And when it's time for good news, you'll know. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for some good news. We put together this survey program about 2.5 years ago. We're getting mountains and mountains of data about things we get to fix, right? Most of our survey responses are positive, something like 95.6%, right? Our net promoter score is a 77 since April of 2023. That's crazy. But it also lets me recognize the coaches who are doing this so well. So in terms of client experience data, Tatiana Sordo is our highest performer, right? So I'd love for you guys to welcome her with me and celebrate our 2025 Clients Voice Award winner, Tatiana Sordo. Thank you so much. Enjoy the forums.
You can do better than that. Let's give Tatiana a round of applause. That's what the work happens through her and all our great coaches from around the country. So come on up, Leonard and Jamin. So I'm very proud of what these two gentlemen are doing. How many of you have heard of black coffee? Okay, that's some good coffee, huh? And actually, they have a booth outside here. So for all of you Java drinkers, definitely go and support them. But I'm very proud, and Operation Hope and Chairman Bryan are very proud of them, because when they started in 2018, just really a vision and an online service, they were generating $1,700, a month? A year. $1,700 a year. Get this. Chairman Bryan and Operation Hope invested $25,000 into the business. Absolutely. Amen. And let me explain to you the importance of cash infusion. When you believe in a business that has a great business plan, a great business model, and leadership, thanks to Jamin and Leonard, today they are now making $1 million. I said $1 million. They surpassed the $1 million threshold. And so I want to acknowledge Black Coffee under their leadership, Jamin and Leonard, for the great job that they're doing, service that they provide in the community. They have 3 locations now. So it went from online to 3 locations, and they're now a $1 million business. Let's give them a round of applause. While we get ready for some videos, I also want to take some quick time to recognize some of our longstanding partners at Operation Hope. Is First Horizon in the house? Do we have Beth Trotter and Keith here? I'm gonna embarrass them. Stand up. Take your bows. First Horizon has been one of our first partners dating back to 11, 12 years ago, where they believed in the mission of Operation Hope by opening 30 Hope Inside locations in multiple states. And still today, those 30 locations are going strong. Let's give First Horizon under Beth and Keith's leadership a round of applause. Also want to acknowledge, again, Cadence Bank. We have Robert Harris here. Go ahead, stand up, Robert. Robert's been a long-standing friend and to Operation Hope, also one of those believers in the mission. We have, I believe, 8 to 10 locations with them over the years, serving multiple states, and we could not have the impact that we're having without Cadence Bank. So thank you, Robert. And then we also want to acknowledge Regions Bank. Is Regions Bank in the house? We got Florisha, we got Richard, we have Ann, who've been supporters of Operation Hope for multiple years, supporting us in our municipality program with the city of Birmingham, but also other locations around the United States. I want to give them a round of applause, so please give them some love right now. Thank you. Very important. And last but not least, I want to acknowledge RBC Bank, under the leadership of Angela. Yes, let's give RBC Bank. Yes. And RBC Bank has been a supporter of Operation Hope for many years. And our focus with them is on home ownership and doing a lot of great work in multiple states here in Atlanta. Melanie Candell, who's been the driving force. Melanie, if you're here, stand up. We recognize, Melanie was the pivotal point of our relationship several years ago, and we're creating homeowners through that partnership. Lastly, as I mentioned this morning, this is not about cutting a check and that's it. All of these partners, long-standing partners of Operation Hope, been supporting the work on the ground each and every day with our coaches to make financial wellness dreams come true. So let's give all of them a great round of applause, and thank you.
Ebenezer Baptist Church in downtown Atlanta, the scene of the first of 2 funeral services for the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr.
It's hard for me to talk about it. Martin was my friend. We were friends when nobody else was around. But if somebody else was around, I sort of stayed in my place as an advisor and understudy and in some ways a protector of his image and his integrity. I didn't have time to mourn. There was so much going on. We suddenly had a casket and more than 1 million people. I wasn't sitting still. I was in and out all over, trying to figure out all of the things we were going to have to do to get into the cemetery. People were packed. on every inch of roadway or side street, on every bridge.
There are too many people who are fainting over there. Excuse me. We really have a near emergency situation right here near where Dr. King's family is. Every little push is multiplied 10, 20, 100 times, so we have to relieve the pressure.
When there was something that needed to be done and nobody wanted to do it, that was my job.
We've been in quite a fight here. We just want to let you know that we are marching for you.
Andrew Young.
Andrew Young.
Andrew Young.
Now I will call for Andrew Young, that dedicated leader.
I've been through many dangers, toils, and snares.
We're going to the church.
Martin Luther King was looking for an assistant to do all the dirty work.
We don't intend to quit this fight until we get our situation resolved.
I was born for this. I was born by the river in a shotgun house on Cleveland Avenue in New Orleans. Even though I was in a segregated South, I don't think there were any other parents or white people in that block that had finished college, and yet my mother and father were college graduates. We had an Irish grocery store on one corner, an Italian bar on another. The Nazi Party was on the third corner.
Here in the United States, the German-American Bund openly imitates the strut and slogans of the Nazi stormtroops.
When I was 4, I was asking my father why they had this big swastika flying out in front of the place. He said, "These are white supremacists. They believe that they are better than everybody else. Their white supremacy is not your problem. It's their problem with God, but let God handle it."
Dateline Berlin, August 1st, 1936.
One day, my father took me to the movies because he wanted me to see the 1936 Olympic Games.
The undisputed star of the competition was Ohio State University track star Jesse Owens. The Buckeye Bullet took gold medals in 3 events.
Jesse Owens was my first hero. He had that kind of relaxed stride. There was no jerk, no sweat. He ran cool. But Hitler refused to present him with his medals. I remember a scene of German soldiers in Nazi uniforms all parading out of the stadium. My father said, "Now watch what Jesse does. He's just going about his business." He said, "That's what I want you to understand. You don't let yourself get upset by other people's problems. Your best weapon is your mind. Don't get mad, get smart." That's the blessing I got from my father. It shaped my concept of nonviolence. I had this burning dream that I could go to the Olympics.
In the nation's capital is Howard University, the largest school of higher education for Negroes in the United States.
I went to college at 15. Everybody thought of me as a little squirt, but I was quite ambitious. I got on the track team, broke the Quantico Marines record in my first track meet. I was always an outsider pushing my way in. After college, I had been 1 semester in theological seminary. I thought I had a chance to qualify for the Olympics if I could get some coaching. When I decided to go to New York to train, my conference minister called me and said that we need a new pastor at a little church in Alabama. When I told him that I was going to New York, his answer was, "If you don't go to Alabama, we lose the church." The mayor of Savannah said that if I would come over there, that I could help them settle the movement as I had done in Birmingham. I was walking down the street and saw little kids, 6 to 10 years old. They were playing demonstrations. The police drove up. They opened the paddy wagon door. So I ran over there and I said, "Officer, these kids are playing picketing. You're about to create a disaster for yourself." They not only kept arresting the kids, they grabbed me and threw me in the paddy wagon. And it started getting hot. It was like being in an oven. And I said to the kids, "Look, calm down. They want you to panic. Close your eyes and imagine the fact that we're at the beach. And we can see the sand. Water's coming up and then it washes back." And I said, "We're going down to the edge of the water and we all gonna get cool. We're gonna get real cold." And everybody calmed down and I felt chills going through my body. And we started singing "Wade in the Water." In the water. Wade in the water, children. God's gonna trouble the water. And so they all knew that. And so when we started singing, they got upset. They took us to jail.
We say to Lyndon B. Johnson and all of the Jews and niggers, if they can take this Civil Rights Act and if they hold on to it long enough, they'll get burned before it's over with.
At a time when Negroes throughout the South and across the nation have organized demonstrations and civil disorders to call attention to their demands for more civil rights, St. Augustine has had its share of conflicts.
I urge you again to enact a civil rights law.
The Senate was in the middle of a filibuster trying to stop the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
I shall vote no on this bill.
How long will you debate this bill? Until it's defeated?
The only thing that would kill this movement and stop the passage of the bill was if there'd been a violent confrontation. And we knew of this Klan group in St. Augustine that was trying to provoke violence. Dr. King was nervous, so he said, "Andy, you need to go down and you need to tell these folks they don't need to be demonstrating now. They're interfering with the possible progress that'll come from Washington." Well, he never tried to stop a movement. When we got down the street and could see where the Klan had a couple of hundred people in the park in their white uniforms and their pointed hats, we suspected that they had their guns under there. And they were looking for a fight.
You don't change a nigger's nature, his characteristics, because you educate.
I had to get these people back in the church without getting hurt. And the Klan was on the left side in the park. And I went over by myself. I don't know what I was thinking of, but I thought I could reason with the Ku Klux Klan until somebody that I didn't see came up behind me and hit me with something. At the same time, somebody else was kicking me in my groin. When they stopped, the staff came over and picked me up, and I said, "We can't go back now." Somebody came up to me again to try to kick me. I was ducking and dodging. Somebody in the crowd said, "Damn, them niggas got some nerve." And somebody shouted out, "It's not nerve, son, it's faith."
I think one of the most amazing things to me this morning when I woke up was that I hardly had an aching pain on me anyway. I remember somebody kicking me in my stomach, and I felt around looking for a sore place, and there wasn't any there. I did have a little knot on my head, but it wasn't too bad either. But what was more important was that there was a good feeling in my heart.
St. Augustine movement was in newspapers across the country, and so it had a lot of national attention. This put me in the front line. Both my faith and my manhood were tested, and I passed the course. That was the last straw. Senate probably saw that.
My fellow Americans, I am about to sign into law the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
I think that was the most successful ass whipping I've ever received. If I had to take a few kicks and licks to get a Civil Rights Act, I'd do it any day of the week.
I have so many Oprah Winfrey stories, I can't hardly figure out which one to pick. That's really interesting.
It's the top issue that everyone's thinking about.
I've never been asked that question before.
Yeah, you got to match the energy.
I'm going to write that down.
You made me look good. You made me look good.
Get this culture money, you got to stick your hand in this snake.
You don't get what you want. You actually get what you believe.
Stop. It's not about enough. It's about what am I here to do?
You're going to learn something. You're going to laugh. You're going to be changed. How to turn the page so that you can have your next chapter.
With Operation Hope and U.S. Bank, I feel like the mission is aligned as far as what we're trying to accomplish, which is to make sure that each and every customer gets our full attention based on what we discover on a daily basis. That's where we get a chance to kind of integrate Miracle, our Operation Hope coach, into the mix as well too.
And that's why this partnership between U.S. Bank and Operation Hope is so special. They have somewhere that they can go, that they can receive financial literacy support, giving them the tools and the knowledge as to how to utilize the money that they have. I'm definitely proud to just be doing the work and proud of the work that's been done by my clients as well. Oh, Mr. Ronnie, if I may call him that, wonderful client, big heart, devoted father and husband. With the help of Operation Hope and U.S. Bank, he has reached unbelievable heights. He did what needed to be done, and now he's thriving, and it's a beautiful thing to see.
Not only did Miracle walk me through, what I needed to do and help me with my credit, but she also referred me to Mr. Will at U.S. Bank and said that he was a great mentor and he could really help me in ways that she couldn't help me.
I get up every day and I get to change someone's trajectory through conversations. It's really, what is your end game? And understanding what that end game is, I get to assess where they are and then provide them the roadmap to actually getting there. I mean, this is hard work, not hard work. And I get up every day and I'm excited about it.
All right. Everybody still doing okay? All right. So, hey, we're not even halfway through. So we got more in store for you today and tomorrow. Is U.S. Bank in the house? Is U.S. Bank in the house? Now, I want to give a special acknowledgement to Montanay and Lindsay. Is Montanay and Lindsay at the table? Stand up, please. Stand up, be recognized. Again, we talked about the importance of partnerships, and it's not just about cutting a check. U.S. Bank, and you're going to hear from their leader, Sekou, shortly, have been committed to the work with 10 Hope Inside locations in multiple states, and it's thanks to their leadership is why we're making change in the lives of people. So let's give U.S. Bank a round of applause. Thank you, Montanay and Lindsay. We appreciate you. So now, welcome to the stage is another good friend of Operation Hope and Chairman Bryant. Beyond the partnership we have with U.S. Bank, he also, as a committed executive leader of the bank, is ensuring that from the leadership level down to the community, that we are present and we're making things happen. So I'm extremely excited to welcome you to him, have him come to the stage. And he's the Executive Vice President for Business and Consumer Banking, Sekou Kalan. Come on in. All right, brother.
Hello, hello, hello. Hope everyone saw that video between bites, but it was truly impressive. You know, that story being captured, the way we can drive impact when we have a branch manager, a business access advisor, and a Hope Inside coach coming together. And while this story is specific to the work in our Oakland branch and what our Oakland team is doing, it is what is happening throughout our network as we want to highlight the importance of our work with Operation Hope. So you gave some people some shout outs. I'm going to embarrass the whole team because we have our branch manager, our Inside Hope coach. So all the U.S. Bank people, stand up so we can recognize you now. Juan Will Jackson, you heard from them in the video. We have our U.S. Operation Hope coaches. So thank you. You got to bring your cheer squad. The lights are bright, but you're even brighter over there. So shout out to my U.S. Bank crew. Because these are the people who bring idea to action, uplifting individuals, families, business owners, and communities. And that's why I wanted to recognize them and also our Operation Hope Inside coaches. It's the partnership that we have together that enables us to make the difference. So take note of some of the staff you saw, the bankers, you know, everyone touching the community, the Hope coaches. If you want to share some of the incredible work that we can continue to do together, that would be great. So again, I want to acknowledge our Inside Hope coaches as well. So finally, I'll just say, you know, I know everyone's eating, so it's just great to be back at the Hope Global Forum, AKA the Family Reunion for Impact. Seeing people here, let's give it a round of applause. You're always inspired by the speakers, recognizing that while we have done so much, there's so much to do and so much that we can do together. And so this is one of the most inspirational events I attend every year. So I want you to take this energy and ensure that we continue to move forward. So in 5 years of our partnership at U.S. Bank with Operation Hope, you know, we've continued to strengthen it. You know, it's evolved so that we can have a bigger impact on the behalf of the clients and the communities we serve. And in the face of today's economic realities, this work becomes even more important. We are empowering individuals and families and strengthening small businesses and even inspiring our own teams at U.S. Bank. And since I stood on this stage exactly 1 year ago, we have made great strides in our partnership with Operation Hope. We have successfully paired all of our Hope Inside coaches with our U.S. Bank business access advisors, mortgage loan officers, to significantly increase coaching and lending services where it's needed most. And we've also expanded our financial foundation program, as well as our internal financial wellness program created in partnership with Operation Hope. You may remember me announcing this last year, but what began as a pilot in 2024 now has been successfully expanded across all 70,000 employees at U.S. Bank this year. So thanks to Operation Hope for partnering with us to enable us to bring this
determine where you could lean in, because we have this opportunity in this moment to build something stronger, something more inclusive, something more future ready and more future proof than anything else. Please take a moment to connect with me. Grab my QR code, connect with me on LinkedIn. I would love to keep the discussion going. I welcome your questions. We also welcome your questions from those at the Cisco table once again. And with that, I thank you very much. Before I walk off the stage, I just want to take just one moment to reflect a little bit. We all recognize that we stand on the shoulders of giants. If you were here last night, you heard Chairman John Bryant give props to Uncle Andy, Ambassador Andrew Young, who was in the room, a true giant in the civil rights movement, former Ambassador Andrew Young, former Mayor Andrew Young. I want to also just recognize for a moment Reverend Jesse Jackson, who is ailing, as you all know. Reverend Jackson says inclusion is not a matter of political correctness. It's the key to growth. Those of you who are following his journey know that at 83, 84 years old, he's been suffering with what was initially diagnosed as Parkinson's, but we now know it's a debilitating, uncurable neurological disease. So we want to have him in our thoughts and prayers as we go through the next couple of days. And with that, I thank you again.
Please welcome legendary anchor and Atlanta treasure, Karen Greer.
Good morning. You guys looking great. Fresh, ready to go for a wonderful day. You ready? I hope you are. Last night was amazing. Hopefully you were here with us last night as we wrap things up with a little concert. Today, Deborah Cox was amazing. Who was here? Yeah, she was amazing. Today, we've got some powerhouses for you, so hopefully you are in your seats and ready to go. Had the pleasure of really hosting these forums for the very first time back in 2015, and I'm amazed at how it has continued to grow. Former President Bill Clinton was here on the stage with us for that one. We were at the Omni Hotel, and it was wonderful. So thank you for all of you who've been on this journey with us all these years. And we couldn't do it without our partners, and Operation Hope is lucky to have so many committed partners helping us help others. One of those partners is the purpose-led team who was really kind of cheering us up this morning as you came up that escalator. Where are the folks from Truist? All right, take a look. We've got a video for you. Check it out.
Think of banking as a numbers game. Debit, credit, checking account. But at Truist, we understand it's so much deeper than that. Ultimately, it's about people and helping them achieve their hopes, goals, and dreams in life. I'm so proud of our branch teams, financial inclusion leaders, and Operation Hope coaches. Every day, they're inspired to partner with people no matter where they are in their financial journey. Through the financial knowledge we share, delivered with care, we're providing the solutions, resources, and tools to help make better financial decisions. This means digitally empowering clients to manage their money day to day. And for those more complex issues, we're deeply relational with AI-driven insights, personalized advice, and financial coaching. It is our honor to help ensure individuals, families, and communities can thrive no matter what challenge they are facing.
My name is Tamara Wilkins. I'm a financial wellness coach with Operation Hope. My background is in mortgages for over 20 years, so I find it a joy to work for Operation Hope and to help people in the Richmond area to achieve their dream of home ownership. Sherelle found out about the program by watching John Hope Bryant on The Breakfast Club. In the beginning, there was, quite a little hurdle to get through.
It was pretty difficult, and it was a challenge, and I didn't know what we were going to do. But thank God for Miss Tamara, because once I got partnered with her, we were able to just put things together, and man, my situation changed dramatically.
The process was quite easy. We worked with Charles Anderson. He is a CRA mortgage loan officer with Truist, and get her pre-qualified for the mortgage.
it was so hard to imagine me in a home just because of all the difficulties that was in front of us. But when we partnered with Operation Hope, my dream of home ownership became a reality. I want to thank Operation Hope. I want to thank Truist. And I want to thank my realtor for making my home ownership dream become a reality for me and my boys. We are so grateful. And I know that we are defeating poverty because of you all.
Truist, our purpose is clear: to inspire and build better lives in communities. And this story is just one of countless examples where we're bringing our purpose to life. Every day, our teammates are committed to creating success for our clients, sharing the basics of financial success, helping families build and transfer wealth, and ensuring financial resiliency for all. We're proud to stand with Operation Hope to future-proof tomorrow for our clients and their families and our communities. And we're bringing everyone along this journey with us.
That story is what this is all about. Look at you crying. Tears to my eyes as well. That is what today is all about. So excited to see this happen for so many families. And we're into the holidays, so this is so important. Please join me in welcoming to the stage 28-year employee of Operation Hope, President of Partnerships, Mary Earsom, and Head of Branch Banking for Truist, Kim Harding.
The purple power. I was backstage, and after 28 years, I still get tears in my eyes when I hear stories like that. And that's what we're doing every day. So why is it important to Truist? Why is it important to you?
Well, at Truist, our purpose is to inspire and build better lives and communities. And honestly, I can't think of a better demonstration of what that looks like. And you know, Mary, if you don't mind, can I just recognize the true heroes in this room, Carnell and Tamara? Do y'all mind please just standing? Because you all are the magic that happens every single day and creates hope and inspiration for us all. Like, that's just such an incredible reminder of what we do every day. You think about the opportunity to have home ownership. And hopefully this Thanksgiving was a little sweeter, being in your own home with your boys and really just enjoying that moment and being able to be a part of that journey. It's what brings me joy. And that's what we wake up every single day at Truist to do, is to figure out ways to help create empowerment and create the ability for you to thrive and thrive for the future.
Yes, I love it. Well, and I think way beyond even the home ownership, and I agree that a happy Thanksgiving, but it goes beyond that and deeper. And what we do, we're talking about generational wealth. Yes. We're talking about the impact on the not only the household, but the entire community and the entire infrastructure, the teachers that are teaching the students in the schools, the other parents, and the inspiration that comes with that. And that's all because of Truist and what we do together. So thank you for that. So you've heard it, the people, I call it the purple passion, the purple power. I have been in the Truist building and felt it, and it's a really unique culture. It truly is. So how do you lead with your culture? How do you and your team members really build it into what you do every day?
So it just really starts at the beginning. Like, we lead just by example. And so we lean in, we lead with heart, we lead with care. You know, our values are about one team. It's about caring. Every person matters. And when we think about trying to create success, we want to meet people where they are in their financial journey. We want to empower them. We want to help them make better decisions. And Mary, our partnership with Operation Hope is just critical. So today we have 38 coaches in over 750 of our branches. And what's great about that is we're making the difference together. We can't do it alone. I know all of the people that are in here today are doing this because you care and you have a passion for this work, because you want to future-proof. You want to make a better life. And being able to do that with a great partner like you is what gets us excited and what we do every single day. I know our teammates at Truist have so much pride in what they do and how they can change a life, just one family, one community at a time.
I love it. I love it. And we've been able to do some unique things together to make that work. I mean, the partnership works because you invest the time in your team, in the team that supports the branches, but also the branch managers, the team members, the loan officers. They get it. They understand what our partnership is. You infuse that in them. And we pioneered the community coverage model. So I think one success that we've seen of the multiple successes that we've seen through our partnership is looking at how do we reach a broader geography? How do we go across your footprint? So what we did together is have one Operation Hope coach that has serving up to 20 branches in a given market, so that your team members can refer your clients to the coach. And it really has helped us put a model for scalability in place. So thank you for your leadership. That's what makes that happen.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right. Well, you and I have gotten to know each other pretty well.
Yeah, for the introduction. And so, like, we always are looking at ways that we can connect to Atlanta, the city, but find relevance for our fans to bring them in. And really, ultimately, it's creating an amazing experience. We do that better than anyone else. And so I've had, folks that travel to different teams, and they're like, when I come to Atlanta, it's a party.
Right.
And we really want to look at how do we make this the most Atlanta experience ever. So we really, really look at, consistently being #1 in game presentation across the NBA is the way to do that, and getting people indoor and having them want to come and experience it here, because it's a great night out at the end of the day. Chef G. Garvin is our chef at the arena, and he's phenomenal. And so it's not just looking at it through one lens, but across all.
Now, you talked a bit about the athletes becoming sports personalities. That has become such a big thing because people have podcasts and they're streaming and, all of these things. I know it can work really well for you guys, like when your teammates or their teammates are out and they have podcasts and people are coming on, and it leads into ticket sales. But I also know it can potentially be crazy when they get on there and say crazy things, and now the team has to answer for it. What have been some of your best moments and kind of why do we have to deal with this when it comes to that? Just people being able to have their own voice on these platforms.
I think we've been really fortunate to have an amazing group of guys in our team that are high character. I think our coaching staff and, our GM, we really recruit guys who are amazing. So we haven't had a lot of those I wish you do this. One thing I would say is, during COVID, and obviously in the summer of 2020, there was a lot going on, and it was really, really challenging. And at the time, our head coach was very vocal and was going out and doing things in the community. And it was amazing for us as a brand because it was aligned with what we believe. And so often, not just players, we have personalities that are doing things. For example, I was just telling the folks backstage, DC Young Fly, we did a podcast we created with him last season called Hawks AF.
Love that.
Which is Hawks and Friends. And DC is, we call him the energy coach. He is such a big, authentic Atlanta-born Hawks fan.
Yes.
And sometimes he gets really passionate. And we're like, okay, DC, okay, that's great. But, we're together in this, so we're doing our thing. But, this is our second season of Hawks AF, and it's amazing working with him and just seeing how much it's grown as a platform, but just, the love that people have. And so sometimes, especially in sports, there's so much passion associated with sports, and you can't necessarily tell people to turn it up or turn it down.
Yes.
But I think allowing players to have their voice and use their platforms in their own way is truly important. And I think we've worked with a lot of guys now that are doing so many great things in the community, and we try our best to help amplify the work that they're doing through our channels as well.
I was watching I feel like we should clap for that. That was good. I was watching an interview you did with the CEO of Revolt. It was one of the CEO conversations that he does. Davio. And you said there are a bunch of questions that you always ask yourself when you walk into a room, like, what's the problem and how can I solve it, and what keeps you up at night?
Yeah.
So I want to end with those two questions. So first question is, what's a problem right now that you see as you are trying to take sports branding into the future, and how can some of the people here solve it for you?
Wow, that's a really big question. I think that there's a lot happening, in the space and just the economy and fans. There's a lot in the world and that energy, and we talk about it internally. But, as we look to the future, I'd say the thing that's probably most on our mind right now is AI.
Yeah.
And the way that people are consuming is so different. So even if it's, in the past, you would go and search something and go to Google and find a homepage. Now no one is looking at a homepage. You're going, your chat bot or whatever you name it is telling you exactly where to go, what to buy. And so needing to make sure that we are ahead of the curve in that way. So if you're even curious of, hey, what's the best event happening in Atlanta today? It's a Hawks game. Here's a link to buy the ticket. And so we have a great team of people that are actively working on that on a regular basis. But I think as we continue to look at how do we adapt technology and evolve as technology evolves, getting in front of streaming, making sure that our young fans still want to participate with us and come to our games is something that we're always thinking about consistently and trying to find ways that we can continue to innovate.
So AI companies, streaming companies, listen, she got some plans. I better help her figure it out. And the last question, what's keeping you up at night right now? Like, what are you trying to actively get over the hump about?
I have an 11-year-old daughter, and on a regular basis, she's keeping me up at night in a lot of different ways. But it's interesting because, I literally this morning, she was looking at something on her iPad, and I'm like, what is she looking at? What exactly is this? What's happening?
Yes.
And that energy is so much more of what's happening in the world. I always am like, okay, how do I stay on top of this? How do I get ahead? And obviously being, a super busy executive, but also being a super busy mom. She's the thing that's keeping me up most at night, wanting to make sure that I can do a good job, but also be able to balance and find harmony between being able to, be a great executive, but also be a great parent.
I know marketing is strategy, but is there ever really harmony? Oh, wait, we'll clap for that first. Clap first.
I'd say there's never balance, but I believe you can find harmony.
Gotcha.
Because the idea of knowing that everything's going to be equal is probably not feasible. But
Right.
At some points, you got to work really hard, and at some points, you got to live. And I think that, being able to have that flexibility between the two and being aware of that is important. We talk a lot about mental health and wellness within our organization and with our teams, and just making sure that we're able to support them in what they need. Because ultimately, we can work hard every day, but we're people at the end of the day, and we're all living.
Yes. Well, I've enjoyed the conversation. Y'all enjoyed the conversation? Yes. You are amazing. Keep doing the work that you're doing. Keep having Boosie there yelling. Okay, we be seeing it.
You'll be swag surfing.
Yes, I know. I would love to come to a game. And I don't know if there's anything that we haven't touched on that you think is important to get out in this room. But if so, we'd love for you to just put it out there right now. Or if I've got everything, let me know.
I think you got it. But I really just appreciate the opportunity and being here. And I'm really excited for the next part of the panel.
I'm excited too. Well, y'all, listen, she's going into the future of sports and branding. Not even going, she's already there. She's already doing it. So let's celebrate her. Give it up for the conversation with Ms. Melissa Prosser.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give it up.
Here wrapping up Financial Literacy Month with our amazing partners, Citibank and Atlanta Public Schools. We spent 2 weeks with our amazing kindergartners and first graders, teaching them all about the basic concepts of Financial Literacy Month. The students also had a chance to learn about their child savings account that they receive upon enrollment as early as kindergarten.
The staff and students for Usher Collier Elementary School are so excited to partner with Operation Hope. Operation Hope does just that. They provide hope to the scholars here at Usher Collier Elementary School. We know that financial literacy is so important to the success of our students with their overall lives, as well as reading literacy. And so the partnership is just phenomenal, and it definitely provides hope for all of the students here at Usher Collier. Thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you for partnering with Usher Collier Elementary School, the best school in the city of Atlanta. And yes, serving the community of Usher Collier definitely requires hard work. Thank you, Operation Hope.
Thank you so much for celebrating Financial Literacy Month with us. We will see you next year.
Hello again. Hello again. Everybody doing okay still? I don't know, it looked like you were acting a little sluggish after that lunch. How's everybody doing? Yeah, you got to be fired up. We're ready to go. Well, I want to thank Melissa and Lauren for such a great session. Did you guys enjoy that session? All right, all right. Now, I'm very excited, as promised, about this next powerhouse session. But before I introduce them, it's a personal favorite because the franchises, the teams that are represented, are personal favorites of mine one way or the other. You know, we have the Kansas City Royals going to be represented here. And the reason I love that's right. Let's give a shout out for the Kansas City Royals. My family's from Kansas City. And we have my mother's favorite team, the San Francisco 49ers. And we also have represented our very own, the Atlanta Hawks. So this session is going to be awesome. And these gentlemen are not just great franchise owners, but they're committed to the communities that they're serving together. And so please, I see they're already out here. So allow me to introduce, representing the Major League Baseball, the chairman and CEO for the Kansas City Royals, Mr. John Sherman. From one of the NFL's most storied franchise teams, principal owner and CEO of the San Francisco 49ers, Mr. Jed York. And last but not least, we have the co-founder and executive chairman for Aries Management, but who also happens to be the principal owner of our very own Atlanta Hawks, Mr. Tony Ressler. And to moderate this great session, we have CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Oh. Hold on a minute. I think you guys have gotten spoiled. You see kings and queens and leaders and civil rights icon. You see Ambassador Andrew Young in the halls. Yo, Andy, you got him real comfortable. Last year we had all of the sports commissioners, first time in history, on our stage. Never happened. This year, we bring a CNBC star flanked by 3 sports team owners, all billionaire ballers, loving their community. And all you got to say is this: can we do it one more time?
Do you know what kind of TV I could do if right before the show, they would get everybody in the building out there and say, "Give it to Contessa Brewer," and then the crowd would go wild and I would just go nail it every time. But you guys get that because the teams come out, the crowd goes wild, and sometimes you lose.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the crowd doesn't always cheer for us.
The crowd doesn't cheer for you?
Not always. Winning helps. Winning helps.
Okay, because we're in a culture that celebrates winning, and yeah, we all teach our kids, oh, there's no failure, there's only the lessons you learn. But tell us what it's like to lose. I mean, John.
That's hard. What it's like to lose? It's no fun. Losing's no fun.
How do you cope with it when it happens?
Well, it's going to happen, right? Especially in baseball. I mean, baseball is an interesting sport. We play 162 games, and the very best teams lose 60 games, and the worst teams win 60 games. So, on those, if you're one of the best teams, on those 60 days you lose, you better find a way to smile. The other thing about baseball, it's interesting, which I like about it. You play every day, so if you lose, you get to redeem yourself the next day, and if you win, you can't wait to get back and do it again.
What's it like for you to go in? I mean, you have a team that goes to the Super Bowl. The expectations are high. You have fans all over. I went to a Jets game a few weeks ago against the Giants. I swear the whole stadium were Giants fans. They won. So it was a good day for you. It was sad for us. What's it like when the expectations from your fan base are so high?
I mean, I love the expectations. And I mean, our standard is to compete for and win Super Bowls every year. Like that's what we're here for. And when you lose, it just sucks. And I don't know how else to say. Like 162 games just sounds
brutal
to me. 17 is a lot. And when you lose, right, for us, losing one game is a 10-game losing streak to you, right? It's a very, very big deal to win or lose a game. And I think that's what makes the NFL so special is every game matters so much. But you have to be able to, by the next day, you have to be able to get it out of your system. Whether you are super ecstatic because you won or you're devastated because you lost, you have to find a way to get yourself back on Monday morning and get ready to go again.
Tony, are there lessons about losing that you also apply in your day job?
Well, it's, I think as everyone's trying to describe, you just got to roll with the punches a bit. In the last 2 nights, we won a double overtime game against the Philadelphia 76ers. Thank you. And then unfortunately last night we lost by 1 in a back-to-back against the Detroit Pistons. So it's hard winning and losing. But I will say, kind of like Wall Street in a lot of ways, what I love about the sports business is that you can't hide underperformance. Winning is what defines you. And either you win more games than you lose in whatever sport, and you build a brand and you have loyal fans and you build and build and build and win and win and win, or you don't. And the fan base knows the effort most teams are trying to put in. But winning is hard, but you have to prepare for the alternative. And that's true in every business.
I agree with Tony there. The accountability in sports is incredible. You got to show up every day. You're playing the best teams in the world at what they do. And if you don't bring it, and that's different from business. Business, it can be sometimes new.
You bet.
Right? The results are clear in sports, which is something I really like about it.
No question.
But if Aries says the second best returns in alternative assets, you're probably pretty happy for the season.
No doubt.
Like second place in sports isn't awesome, right? It's a very, very different thing because there's only one person that's happy at the end of the day, and that's whoever wins the championship.
And that does what makes, I don't know, this is too loud maybe.
You're just like me. You know how to project
This is-
into your microphone.
I better whisper. But unlike Wall Street, in the NBA or the NFL or the MLB, there's one winner at the end of every year. And if you're performing, no matter how big a business you might be, you're trying to make 10% or 12% returns for your investors. It's not about being the one person at the end of the season that wins or loses a championship. So it is a different mindset. But I will say the one thing that has changed in the sports world, really for all the MLB teams and certainly for all the NFL teams and for NBA teams, is as values have grown in this asset class, people expect more. People expect higher quality businesses to be run. So they expect you to invest in the team in many, many different ways that you haven't beforehand.
Okay, so that's interesting because when you say invest in the teams, you also mean invest in the communities in which the teams play. Were any of you surprised when you took this leadership role in your team at the responsibilities and the expectations for civic and community commitment?
I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised by the community commitment. I've been in Kansas City a long time. Our founder was Ewing Kauffman, and that was kind of the standard, right? You give back to the community. As it relates to how at the end of the day, what we just talked about, our core business is to win baseball games. But it's important to use these brands and these platforms to do good and important work in the community. And we do a lot in Kansas City. We're revitalizing neighborhoods. We have a literacy program right now, and maybe this is more than you want to know, but the literacy rates in third grade in the Kansas City public schools are 23%. That's kind of a crisis, right? It's such an important juncture, and we're inspiring kids and teachers and families to read. We're sending our very best players into the classroom. In addition to that, we're not just doing that. We're providing instructional resources and high dosage tutoring and those things that can really move the needle at a very important point.
I don't mean this in a way to undermine the good work that's being done, but I work for CNBC. we always want to highlight the return on the investment.
Right.
So how do you get a return on investment if you're improving literacy rates in third grade?
Well, I think that's a very strategic objective. But I think it's good business. You know, I think that our fans, our community, we're also public partners. We do things. We do public-private partnerships, and we have investors, municipalities. When we're investing back, you know, we become better partners with those people over time. But also, I think our fans. We surveyed our fans recently, and at the end of the day, the main thing is to win. But a good amount of our fans considered it very important that we do this work. And so I just think it brings our fans closer to the organization.
You need that public-private partnership, right? No matter what, whether you privately finance your stadium or you have 100% public financing, there's still a public-private partnership. And these teams, they are public trusts, right? Somebody else is going to own our teams at some point in our lifetime or at some point in the future, right? There's more to it than just owning the team. You have to make your community a better place. I was born into the 49ers. I was born in 1981. My grandfather bought the team in 1977. So this is something that I've just grown up with and I've been around. But you have to make your community a better place. And when I look at Levi's Stadium, you know, we're in our 11th season at Levi's. We've done about $2 billion in economic impact. And between the Super Bowl and World Cup that we're hosting this year, February Super Bowl, June, July World Cup, we'll do another $1 billion in economic impact just with those two events. And that's huge, right? People ask me, you know, like, how much money do you make from hosting the Super Bowl? Hosting a Super Bowl is not a business that I would tell anybody to go into because you do not make any money when you host a Super Bowl. But it is an investment back into your community that puts literally all of the country's eyes and a lot of the eyes around the world on your community. And it's something that it's an investment in building something for the future of your community, investing in whether it's classrooms. We're the only stadium that has a classroom in it.
Yeah.
We host 70,000 kids at a program every year. It started from my wife who was teaching, and she couldn't get into, it wasn't that she couldn't get into a museum, she couldn't get there physically, right? San Francisco Public Schools, they didn't have enough money for busing. They didn't have enough people where her school is a very, very working class community. There was no parents that can go on a field trip. So we made sure that it was 100% free to bring all of the kids from around the Bay Area. And we actually have kids even from down south in San Diego come up to see what we're doing. And that's something that you're able to give back in a way that makes the difference. And if you create a third grader that reads, whether that person becomes a Royals fan or not, it makes your community a better place. And that's what you have to do.
You mentioned that your grandpa bought the team in 1977. I think he bought it for $13 million.
Something right.
CNBC now says the valuation, my colleagues did this work, $8.6 billion. That's quite a lot of growth.
I mean, we had the conversation backstage and looking at this as an asset class. I don't look at sports as an asset class. I look at it as my business and something that matters very personally to me. It happens to be a business, but I would tell anybody that invests in a sports team, and as this asset class grows and you have an opportunity to invest, whether it's through a fund or something that I think will be there relatively soon for people to invest in these.
So would you ever consider fractional ownership or tokenization of the teams?
So we're only allowed to have 25 investors. So until those rules change, and I'm not a lawyer, so I can't tell you, I just know that that's the number that the NFL sets. I think that will change over time. Private equity is now allowed to invest, and to the extent that you can invest in things, what I've told people when they're looking at these, it makes no sense the day you write the check.
Yeah.
But in 10, 15, 20 years, it's amazing what happens to these assets. And it's something that is really a lifestyle that people love. And I mean, I don't know that you aspired to own the Kansas City Royals, but when you do, there's nothing like owning a team.
I aspire to be a player. How could...
Exactly. We all aspire to be players.
Once that became evident, the next best thing is to own the team.
But I will say, just as a contrast to Jed, a remarkable asset that Jed and his family run, of course, but I very much look at sports as an asset class. And I think it's an asset class that literally no one is quite sure, because if you include ancillary businesses, if you include the real estate development around stadiums and arenas, this asset class globally, we're talking what could be a $2 or $3 trillion asset class that has enormous opportunities both for employment and for investment. And I would argue, literally, when you invest, and in my day job at Ares Management, a business I am the chairman of, we have probably $20 billion invested in various sports activities and businesses around the world. So to give you a sense, some of those businesses, like NFL franchises, for example, are remarkably safe and very, very expensive, both to get in, to own, to grow, where the new rugby league or a new bull riding league or a new women's volleyball league are almost venture capital-like in their approach.
There's slap fighting and car jujitsu and mini golf leagues.
There are. But all that tells you is that in this world of sports, which I do believe is a massive asset class and an investable asset class and a workable asset class, there are really dangerous, scary, venture-like investments and remarkably safe, attractive, long-term.
I love PE guys that are like so scared of venture capital. I think it's just hysterical.
Well, okay, so on that point, because private equity is now taking bigger and bigger stakes in sports, in the corporate world, a lot of times what happens is private equity will get in and they will pressure management to find places to cut, look for efficiencies. They want to see a greater return on that investment.
Private equity would never do that.
Never, never. And by the way, in the great conflict or potential conflict of private equity investors, if you think about it, they invest in a franchise, and using the Atlanta Hawks, we turned the State Farm Arena into the largest voting location in the 2020 election in this country. That was, again, but we're also participating in a $5 billion development across the street to help downtown Atlanta, which we think is going to transform the city. But there are many things that, my point being, that may not specifically increase the value of the Atlanta Hawks, but will help this community. And the question is, does private equity investors have that foresight, that understanding, that increasing your role in the community is actually good business? And that's what hopefully your private equity partners are able to do.
And I think, to me, the 49ers are a great asset, and there's so many things that you can do, whether you're a great business person or not. When you own a sports team, you get invited to anything that you can want to be a part of. And to me, I look at our partners with the 49ers and say, look, this is what the 49ers are about, but if we can take this brand and we can do other things in and around the brand that help you enhance your return, I think that's where you see the asset class building and growing.
But do you think we're in a bubble? I mean, when you're looking at these media right deals for, you've got this MLB short-term deal that's due to expire. NBA made a deal for $76 billion. NFL, $110 billion. And then the valuations going up. Gambling, which I want to get to, is fueling some of this. Are we in a bubble?
Well, I mean, we just had preliminary numbers from the Thursday Thanksgiving games. Lions-Packers did like 45 million viewers, which is NFC Championship game type numbers. Cowboys-Chiefs did close to 60 million viewers. Like, people are watching sports more and more. People are watching baseball. People are watching basketball. And I think as you see, whether it's AI or just technology in general, making your life, certainly your work-life balance, better and easier, people are looking for more sustainable entertainment options. and sports is the mainstay there.
Morgan Stanley says that sports has been very slow in technological adoption and innovation compared to other industries, and suggests that if sports were to close that lag, that there could be a 25% jump in growth in sales globally because of technology. I'm just curious, how are you viewing, you can't do a panel these days and not bring up AI. Sorry, you have to. Okay, so when we're talking about AI, how are you currently using it, and in what ways do you think it could transform the game?
I mean, we use it for ticketing, right? I mean, we have the highest ticket revenue in the National Football League. It's not if you use it, it's how you use it.
Data analytics.
You have to use it for data analytics. Now, there's a lot of things that leagues, and I don't know the specific rules in their leagues, but you can't use, for the NFL specifically, we can't use a calculator in the coach's booth during a game. All right, so like I'm not sure that an AI technology tool is going to be permitted in the near future during an NFL game, and I don't know how that works for baseball and basketball, but we need to figure out how to use these things more to make our games more efficient, certainly with injury and making sure that we can take our players' health and safety and make it the best that it can possibly be.
You also have to be super careful about technology affecting the game. The MLB lover, baseball lovers, football lovers, basketball lovers, people love the tradition and they want an improved product, but they don't want a dramatic change in what they love. So you have to be careful how you actually introduce technology to your business and to your team.
Could it transform scouting for new talent?
You know, I think we use, I guess you would call it AI for predictive models when we evaluate players, and we're going to do more of that will make us more efficient. Because all the data is there on the skills of a player. Everything's measured biometrically but at the end of the day, you still need scouts because we can understand, can they run, can they hit, all those metrics. But the scout's the person that's you need a scout to find out about the heart of the player, the character of the player, right? Because it's not all just science. These are athletes and making plays, and how they conduct themselves under pressure is a big part of. So we're using AI quite a bit. I would call it we have a proprietary system in our analytics and R&D that uses it's a predictive model, but it's not a standalone thing.
And what about coaching? Can you see a day where the AI is a better coach than your guy on the field?
I mean, I think Kyle's the best coach in the National Football League, and I personally,
who is?
Kyle Shanahan. I don't think people want to see AI trying to be as perfect as it can possibly be. Part of what makes sports great is that you see somebody rise to the occasion. You see failure. That's what makes it so fantastic. Right. Having something that's perfectly scripted and perfectly, lined up by AI, I don't think that that's appealing viewership.
Speaking of imperfect, we've seen some high-profile pitchers throw a ball and then come out and federal prosecutors say, yeah, that was intentional, and they were making money on that, and they were rigging baseball pitches. So we've seen it with the NBA and some high-profile arrests. Gambling has introduced new level of scandals, new level of scrutiny, and then on top of that, you have the sudden and dramatic rise of prediction markets, which are not going through the process of getting gambling licenses state by state. They're just open for business. How is gambling and prediction markets changing the game? Where do you foresee that going?
So I'm sure all of us have an awkwardness in how we speak about it. On the one hand, let's not be confused. Sports betting and young people increase viewership of virtually all sporting events. So sports betting enhances the experience from most fans' perspective. Now, I would argue, like social media, like AI, sports betting needs to be regulated more effectively than it has been. And we have to figure out, every league, certainly the NBA, has to figure out how to both have sports betting, but actually focus on the areas that are most susceptible to abuse. Prop bets, for example, if a kid could determine whether they play 20 minutes or less, and that type of prop bet is available, again, that just might be too exposed. So leagues have to adjust and have to figure out how to reduce the risk of young players taking advantage and not even fully appreciating that they're breaking the law. And this is something that, again, it's so new. Not that sports betting is new,
No, that's been
but
around for a long time.
legalized sports betting with the prop bets that are available. I don't think any of the leagues want to take sports betting off the table, because I think I don't think we're 100% certain, but I think the positives outweigh the negative. But there are negatives, and we have to learn to deal with them. And my answer would be increased regulation.
And then we're also hearing from athletes that they're under a lot of pressure on social media, in their neighborhoods. They go to church and they get harassed because some dude lost money on a bet that the athlete was involved in. It's especially tough for college players and the pressure that they're under. You guys were having an amazing conversation about college sports backstage, about the ways that name, image, and likeness deals have changed who's coming into the game and what you're dealing with. Can you share a little bit with the audience, just your high-level thoughts about what's up for college sports?
Well, I mean, in 4 minutes and 34 seconds, I don't know that we'll get to the heart of it. But number one, I believe that college athletes for certain deserve to be paid, right? You look at the amount of revenue that they generate. It just needs to be similar to sports betting and prop bets. It needs to be regulated better, right? You have to have rules on both sides. For sure. When you're going to commit to a player, right? When any of us commit to a player, we're paying them, right? Like they're on our roster, whether they get hurt, whether they don't get hurt, and they can't leave to go to another team in the middle of the season, at the end of the season, if they're still under contract. So you have to have something that makes the game still what it should be, the essence of it. But you have to take care of these guys. And the vast majority, if not all players, NIL is not, you're not an employee of a college. You're an independent contractor. And one of the problems that I see that's going to come up, these kids are supposed to do their own tax withholdings. They're trying to figure out how to deal with having a significant amount of money, which again, they deserve the money, but giving an 18-year-old $1 million is not a great idea in the long run for people. I think we have to make sure that we're protecting kids from themselves, and you have to make sure that you're protecting them from tax evasion, which they're not trying to do. They don't necessarily know and understand the rules. We do a thing every year with our rookies. So we make sure that we have their families, their loved ones come in, and we talk about how that they set up their 401k plan, all of these types of things. 20 rookies this year, their families. I asked, how many people received NIL in college? 100% of the hands go up. How many schools did any type of financial literacy, any type of training? Like 0 hands go up. John, like super huge market for Operation Hope and financial literacy for college sports, because these kids need help. And colleges, this has happened and changed so quickly overnight. We're not doing anything to take care of these kids, and you're setting them up for failure by giving them too much money and no financial literacy and no training whatsoever.
I agree with that.
That was a call to action, quite clearly. You've been focused on this financial literacy issue.
Yeah, the only comment I would make, and I've certainly made it to John a number of times, financial literacy for young athletes, of course, is important. Financial literacy for everyone under the age of, well, at any age, but certainly it should be required under the age of 18, so that 90% of our young people can take out a loan, can learn a small business loan, a car loan, a home loan. 90% of our young people don't know how to do that, and 90% of our young people should know how to do that. So financial literacy should be a core competency by the time you're 18 with certainty across this country.
But I see it with athletes.
Including young athletes.
But I mean, we see it with our athletes, and our athletes, professional athletes get paid very, very well, right? You should make enough money to live very comfortably for the rest of your life. And a lot of our players do not take care of their money well. It leads to mental health problems.
Right.
And again, if we're not doing things to teach these kids financial literacy in grade school and high school, it's very hard for them to learn it and absorb it as they grow and get
100%.
older. And John has been helpful with the 49ers. We're trying to make sure that the money that we pay our players, they can live great, successful lives after the game, because most of them are done by the time they're 30, and they have a very, very long life in front of them.
And to your point, Contessa, these young athletes, they're under a lot of pressure. You talked about gambling creating more pressure. They're already under a lot of pressure. They make a lot of money, but the expectations, and it is, I think it's incumbent upon us. Jed's point about colleges, it's hard to do, right? Because there's no real regulation, but it's incumbent upon our leagues, our professional leagues, and really at the team level to make sure we're doing things to help our athletes, not only financially, but dealing with the psychological pressures that they're under at a very young age.
I almost never do this, but I'm going to run over 1 minute on time because I just want to get a big picture thought about where sports is heading and the thing that keeps you up at night when you think about pitfalls for the next 5 years. What do you think, Tony?
Well, I think you mentioned, I do think the integrity of the game and how to regulate sports betting is a big issue for the NBA and for every professional sports league. And of course, global media rights continue to be sort of the issue. And how do we cultivate 700 million Chinese NBA fans, which is critically important to the future value of the NBA, without, if you will, diminishing the importance in Europe. You know, we're about to launch an NBA Europe. So global media and global fans, as well as the integrity of the game, would be my two big issues right now.
I mean, to me, when we're talking about sports as an asset class and it's building and growing, I just hope that we don't forget what makes sports special, and that's the fans that come into the game. And the more that we're worried about what is the bottom line, what is the return, I think you are doing something that can be very disruptive and harmful to a community and a society. We talked about this a little bit backstage. Our arenas, our stadiums, like that's the last bastion of your public square where you meet other people you don't know, you have a shared experience. I think that's something that makes our country and our world special, is what happens at sporting events, and we can't lose that.
So will the NFL lower ticket prices?
Look, I mean, we have low ticket prices. We have standing room only seats. We do everything that we can to get people into other stadiums. And again, the Bay Area is going to be a more difficult market to buy tickets in and more expensive than somewhere else. There's other things that we have with a publicly owned building. But when I look at Leeds United, right, Leeds has supporters that travel to every away match, and they're paying, 15 to 30 pounds a ticket to go to those matches. And those are the fans that make the experience awesome for everybody else. We need to figure out how to do that. And that's something that I think is very, very important, that you have a segment of society that isn't paying a ton of money to come to a game, because that's what generates the energy and the electricity in the stadium. We can't lose that.
For sure. Contessa, to answer your question, what keeps me up at night is not so much threats. It's more about kind of maximizing the opportunity. This business is it's so abundant, right? We were talking about this backstage. In a world where so many things divide us, actually sports unites us. It's really the great unifier. And I think making sure that it stays that way. I think we learned in COVID that how important live sports were. We talk about the media values that have risen. People were watching cornhole championships in the middle of the night back in COVID, right? We needed to get baseball back on the field. But to me, it's what worries, and it is taking advantage of all these opportunities that we have, whether it's the international business or, as you said, blocking and tackling, with our fan base.
Well, I hope you thought this was a home run, a touchdown, a slam dunk of a panel.
Slam dunk.
Thank you all for great attention. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, John.
The NBA, Major League Baseball, NFL on the stage, owners at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. John. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, thank you, Jed, John, Tony, and Contessa for a great session. So far, so good? All right. Well, it's time for us to kind of split up for a moment to our ideal labs, which will be taking place on the 3rd level. So that's the 3rd level, the ideal labs. And then we'll see you back here in the main ballroom at 3:15 for the one and only Byron Allen, right? Stephen A. Smith, Sarah Jakes Roberts, and Charlemagne Thy God. So we'll see you back here at 3:15.
The future with AI will twist and turn. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco.
Look, crypto is a new technology. It's tough to wrap one's head around. Crypto technology is fundamentally a new way to store and transmit anything of value. Everyone stands to benefit from this.
Welcome to Huntington, a bank that believes we should all get more from money.
like a path to turn late nights into beach days. And a nudge when you've got enough for the go. Go for it, Daryl. Let's get more from money. Huntington Bank.
There was a tree down in the woods, the prettiest tree that you ever did see. Now the tree has roots that need water to grow jobs, grow skills, make the whole world go. Oh, make the green grass grow all around, make the green grass grow all around.
At JP Morgan Chase, the investments we make help make businesses happen, that make jobs happen, that make communities happen. Together, we make momentum happen.
Hey, your voice is amazing. Let him hear it.
When you work with someone who
It's a monumental moment for me because I'm in my own community and I'm helping my community build financial stability.
Operation Hope's first office and first launch of a partnership in New Mexico is incredible.
If you have access to the bank and you need help or you start to get in financial distress, we are there to help you, and we are there with the Hope Centers to help you.
I am very grateful for all of you for participating in this.
I feel like it's very important because financial stability, financial literacy is the backbone of success.
Please welcome to the stage award-winning journalist, local legend, Donna Lowry.
Hello, hello everyone. Hello, Hope Global Forums. How are you? Welcome back. I'm excited to be back here again this year. And I hope you enjoyed the Idea Labs and have been able to pamper yourself a little bit in the 2 levels of the wellness activities. Well, get ready. We have a special afternoon for you. Now, and if you ever wanted to get a better understanding of what it takes to realize big success as a business owner, we've got some legendary business leaders with us this afternoon. I'm thrilled to introduce our next guest. He is the founder, the chairman, the CEO of the People's Corporation, one of the most active privately held national real estate investment development companies. Now, he engages in affirmative development to provide transformative economic inclusion for minority and women-owned businesses with their multi-billion-dollar portfolio of projects in New York, Boston, DC, Charlotte, Atlanta, Miami, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. Please welcome to the Builder's Corner, Mr. Don Peoples, and the managing director of 1 Million Black Women at Goldman Sachs, Jessica Taylor.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? How are you doing, Don?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Well, thanks so much for sitting down with us today. I'm honored to moderate this conversation with you. You know, Don, you are founder, chairman, and CEO of the People's Corporation, which is the most active privately held real estate investment and development corporation in the U.S. Yes.
Thank you.
With, by the way, a multi-billion-dollar portfolio. And Don, that also makes you, and you're recognized as one of the most successful entrepreneurs in the U.S., which is very fitting because what we want to talk about in this conversation is how do you build a company? How do you become a builder and grow a company from the beginning? And so what I like to do is I like to start at the beginning. Don, you worked, in the early years as a congressional page and intern with the U.S. Congress. In high school, you did that. You then went on to college planning to pursue a career in medicine. But at 19, you pivoted into real estate. You started as an appraiser, and within 3 years, you had started your own company. You secured major clients from financial institutions to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And at just 23 years old, Mayor Marion Barry appointed you to Washington, D.C.'s Board of Equalization and Review, and within a year, you became chairman, one of the youngest in any board in Washington, D.C. history. So it's very clear there was a lot of talent and hustle right out the gate. Your trajectory was astronomical at a very early age. So I want to kind of have you go back and look at those early years. What lessons from those early years or opportunities that you took advantage of laid the groundwork for the rest of your career as CEO of the People's Corporation?
So, I mean, I think if I say where my success came from, it really came from one person. One person, my mother. And what my mother taught me was to dream. And so my mother had me at 19 years old, and she worked as a secretary and then got divorced from my father and then got a real estate license. And I watched her career. And she was one of 5 sisters, and of her 4 surviving sisters, I just saw 3 of them over Thanksgiving, and one of them lives here in outside of Atlanta, and I'm going to go see her for dinner tonight. But it was a village, but it was about dreaming. I think the key ingredient to starting a business and excelling in a business is dreaming and continuing to dream and going out and making those dreams come true. Somebody has to be successful, somebody has to win, and somebody has to make their dreams come true. So why not be you? And that's kind of the approach I've taken throughout my career. And I was very fortunate. I see Ambassador Young coming in here, and I met Ambassador Young when I was a page for the House of Representatives in 1976, before he became ambassador to the UN when President Carter was elected president. And so seeing a lot of that showed me that what my mother told me, that I could do anything I wanted to do, I saw it as possible because I saw other Black men and women doing things at a young age.
That's right. And over 40 years later, I think you've built something pretty incredible, wouldn't you say?
Look, I've fulfilled and achieved some of my dreams, but I'm just getting started.
That's right.
I'm not done yet.
That's right. That's right. And I think, you've been pretty vocal about the challenges that you faced along the way. obstacles, skepticism you faced. I think at one point you even said that it's gotten harder as the business has grown. So specifically, what got harder and how did you navigate those challenges? Was it the financing? Was it regulatory? What was it?
Well, it was more about, going into an environment where people did not believe I belonged. And so I've been going into rooms and I've been going into environments where people don't believe I belong. And then they're also generally not rooting for me to be successful. And I kind of overcame it. Interestingly enough, as a kid, I played basketball and I played all the way through high school. And all my teammates would always get up and get excited about the home games. Every game I had where I performed my best, where my 40-point games were always away games, because I like nothing better than to going into somebody else's home field and home court and beating them there in front of their fans, in front of their friends. And so I've taken that with me. I like playing the away game. My wife and my family make kind of fun of me when I watch movies. I generally root for the underdog or the bad guy. And they said, you perceive yourself as a bad guy. I perceive myself as an insider's outsider. And I'm an insider because I've been successful and have some wealth, but I'm an outsider because people still don't want me there. And I think that's based on how our society operates. I think if you look at it in your business, let's say private equity and venture capital. Right now, as we sit here in this room today, there's about $88 trillion invested in venture capital and private equity. Less than 1.3% of that money is invested in firms run or owned by women and people of color combined. Well, women represent almost 52% of the US population. So let's just think about how broad that disparity is. And then people of color represent nearly 45% of this country's population. So the vast majority, 98.7% of venture capital and private equity capital goes to white men who are a minority in this country. And yet they've been able to hold on. And so this form of economic apartheid has limited the progress of women and people of color, especially Black Americans. And what's the most frustrating is that I hear that there's no longer DEI and we want to end DEI. Now, I want to end DEI as well, but for a different reason. See, I think that we need to get back to what economic inclusion should be about. And this country, my view is anybody who voluntarily immigrates to this country owes America a debt. We don't owe them a debt. However, my ancestors and most of the people's ancestors in this room were kidnapped and dragged over here and put in deplorable conditions and provided free labor to the country for 249 years. And then another 150 years of Jim Crow and segregation that, thanks to Ambassador Young and Dr. King and so many others, ended that. And so now, after all that oppression, we want to say that, hey, we have a meritocracy here. And we have a meritocracy, and we can make it equivalent to the Indianapolis 500 race, where you got driver A in a Ferrari and driver B in a Ferrari, and they're both equally talented drivers, but driver A starts off on lap 450, and driver B starts off on lap 1, and they say, may the best driver win. Well, the only way the driver who starts off on lap 1 wins is if driver A crashes and burns. And so that's the economic system that this country has today when it comes to Black Americans. And so part of what I recognize I have to confront it every day. So I'm motivated by excelling and winning in spite of that, so that it proves to other people that you can achieve in an unfair game. You can beat people when the game is rigged against you, and there's no excuse to not try and to not excel. You just have to work harder. And I think if we get back to the mindset that propelled us through civil rights, then we will excel economically. But that's the frontier. And so I confront it every day because what I represent, I think, is progress. What I represent is a new day. And right now, I think we've got more headwinds than we've had in my lifetime in terms of making progress. So that means we have to redouble our efforts. And so that's part of capitalism.
Yeah.
Excuse me for 1 second. You know, I'm an energy guy. And you know who Jessica is because she works for a huge global firm. You know if she's there, she's a bad sister. Yes. But when you hear Don Peoples, you maybe, unless you're a geek like me and you research everything, you may not completely understand why he's on the stage by himself. We just had 3 billionaires on stage together, and we have Don Peoples being interviewed by himself. I don't think you understand. I don't think you get. I don't think you. Maybe we spoiled you. A billionaire here, a billionaire there. They just falling off the roof. They got a billionaire next to 100,000 there, next to somebody trying to buy some air. Look, let me reset. This man grew up in the hood, D-A-H-O-D. He grew up and had his first job as helping a city councilman in Washington, D.C., Ward 8, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Marion Barry, when he was a councilman. He did his first development deal. Somebody tried to steal it from him. He was 23 years old, just like you, with a business with a dream, trying to shove somebody's business card down, trying to get somebody to pay attention to him. He hustled and worked hard. Please listen to me now. Slow it down. This man has developed $8 billion worth of real estate. He's black. He's light-skinned, but he's black. I didn't say 8 billion Mexican pesos, 8 billion Russian rubles. I'm on the biggest economy in the world. This man came up from nothing, and he flies now by a private helicopter. I don't. He's got a family office. He's doing generational wealth. He just set his family up for business. He's a father. He's a family man. He's a husband. He's a bad brother. Can we reset this once again? Don damn people.
And I think, Don, off the back of that, one of the things that you're also known for is using business as a tool for transformation, your words. And you've trademarked, right, this term affirmative development, right? So everything that you've talked about in terms of the history in your own personal journey, you're now in a position to kind of use your business to help empower others. Can you talk a bit about what it means to have affirmative development, what it means to execute that by way of your company, and more importantly, how is that a strategic advantage in this capitalist world?
Well, I mean, so very good question, by the way. So, and one, I want to thank John Hope Bryan for the kind words and the leadership that he's done for decades. Thank you. It's interesting. So I start off with, because I've reflected a lot about my life. I'm 65, and I've reflected a lot about why I'm here and what I'm doing. And so, as I said, I'm one person is responsible for me accomplishing the things I've accomplished, and that was my mother. However, I understand why I'm here, why my mother got to be able to have a dream for her son, and that's because of people like Andrew Young, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, John Lewis, and so many others. And they did not go and give their lives. And I think Ambassador Young deserves multiple applause for all of us. So they didn't give their life so that I could have some more numbers on a computer screen. They didn't give their life so I can fly on a Sikorsky's back and forth from the Hamptons to New York City. They didn't give their lives for me to, be able to have some wealth. They gave their lives so everybody could have a better chance at life. I happen to have been the recipient of that hard work and that personal sacrifice that so many people made. And so, and I got some benefits way beyond my expectations. But that isn't what I was seeking to do. I grew up in the civil rights movement. I was born in 1960, and I can remember Dr. King's assassination. I can remember Robert Kennedy's assassination. So I don't feel my role is to make money. I think my role, what good would I be, and what kind of person would I be to come and tell everybody, hey, that I'm so special because I made some money, or this is a system that's fair and you guys just aren't trying hard enough, or that everything's good now. The reality is it's not. And my view is that if I can have been successful in achieving in this environment, and I call it unfair, then people really will say, yeah, it is unfair. And my role is not to make more money for the sake of making more money. It's to use my business opportunities as a vehicle of transformation. So just because I built some buildings and we say $8 billion of projects or the billions of dollars of buildings that I built, that by itself doesn't mean anything. What I'm most proud of is how I built them and who built them and who received the economic benefits from me building them. And so when I say affirmative action, or I say affirmative development, which is a trademark, and I give my wife credit for it. She's the one who came up with the phrase affirmative development, because I've always been frustrated that all of a sudden affirmative action, is a bad word after 20 years of implementation, and how 20 years could ever make up for 400 years is, to me, an unsolvable math equation. So my view is that my role is to make it better. And if I could buy a fair and equitable system, I would give every dime I have so that everyone else could benefit from a fair and equitable system. And so I'm much more focused on fairness and opportunities for others. And I'm more of a political leader or a political activist than I am a real estate developer. Real estate development is a vehicle to help me bring about change and to make it better. And I feel that obligation because as a young teenager in high school, I was on Capitol Hill as a page when members of Congress like Andrew Young, Ron Dellums, Charles Diggs, John Conyers, and so many of them were fighting to make it better for us. And so I'm just doing my part. And I hope more of us will do our part to make this a better place.
Yes. And lastly, as you look at, I know we have a room full of entrepreneurs or folks who are trying to chart their own path, right? If you were that 19-year-old, but operating in today's market, where you were just getting started, what's kind of one path that you would take? What's one approach that you would take as a word of advice to the audience?
Well, I think that as I said, I think it's very important to have a dream, and a dream of where you want, and visualize kind of where you want to take yourself. And I think it's important to have a purpose. I mean, if I didn't have the purpose that I've spent this time outlining to you, I'd have quit a long time ago. With money, I mean, $10 million was more than I would have ever thought I'd ever have in my whole life. I'd have stopped then. First building, done, over with. Certainly, by the time I got to $100 million, I would say, you know what? I'm doing something else, because it's a pain in the ass, grind out business every day where I have to deal with some very difficult people every day. I tell my daughter, I don't get to work with people I like. Hopefully I can respect some of the people I work with. And so I'm motivated by something else. I think you've got to be motivated to sustain your goals and to be able to achieve. You have to be motivated by something bigger and more substantive than money. And then whatever, you can applaud that. If I lost every dime today, I'd still be Don Peebles. And I believe Don Peebles could figure it out again and again, right? So it's what we are and what we stand for. So I think, so it's a dream. It's standing for something and being willing to fight for it, and to be able to be the best at it. And that doesn't happen at once, and it doesn't happen when you get to a place of success. It's a daily exercise. Every day, I try to learn more about my business and what I'm doing. So I'm a student of the business, and I do that every day. And so I would say being a student of what you're achieving and learning it and trying to be the best at it, and then you got to go out and do it and not be afraid to lose. I think people are afraid to lose, and you go out and do it.
Be the best. Don't be afraid to lose. Everyone, join me in giving a round of applause for Don. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here comes John.
Thank you for giving these people the respect they deserve. You need to do research on both of these individuals. They're both changing the world. I also want to acknowledge Tyrese is in the house. Tyrese Gibson, Bill Duke, the legendary actor Bill Duke is here. Jason Learn from the Breakfast Club is here. We're making smart sexy in Atlanta, Georgia.
I want to say one thing, by the way. You mentioned Tyrese. So Tyrese is my friend, and he's a great actor, but he isn't done yet either. You're going to see him as a great businessman. He is a true entrepreneur, and he's going to change a lot of things, especially here in Atlanta.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Byron Allen's first brush with broadcasting was when he appeared as an 18-year-old stand-up comic on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. From there, he was able to turn a job in front of the camera into a stellar career behind it. As the founder, chairman, and CEO of Allen Media Group, he owns and operates 27 television stations in 21 markets, as well as 12 24-hour HD television networks, including the Weather Channel. Allen's company is the first African-American-owned multi-platform media studio, producing and distributing wide-release motion pictures and content for all platforms. And Allen Media Group Television is the largest supplier of first-run syndicated content in the marketplace. And that includes live college football, basketball, and other exciting games from their HBCU Go Sports unit. Staying true to his comic roots, Mr. Allen can be seen weeknights on CBS Late Night on Comics Unleashed with Byron Allen, where the laughter never ends.
Are you fired up and inspired? You're motivated? You have passion? Well, here comes more. It is exciting now, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome to the stage the co-host of The Breakfast Club, Charlemagne the God, and the founder of Allen Media, Byron Allen.
You see,
All right.
I never tell you who they were.
John want to be somebody pastor so bad. Lord have mercy. How y'all doing, ATL? Y'all good? Man, we are here with a person that if you are in the media game in any way, shape, or form, you have to study. He has inspired us all. I think that, he's one of the most, underrated people in the media space. Mr. Byron Allen.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Now you started out in comedy at 14.
Yes.
What drew you to the stage at 14?
You know what? My mother, my mother got pregnant with me when she was 16, and Detroit, Michigan. And
What up, though?
There you go, Detroit. And yeah, nobody's betting on a black teenage girl having a baby in 1961. So God is good and America is great. The opportunity is here. So yeah, it's true. So my mother, and when they killed Martin Luther King in 68, Detroit went up in flames, and we went to LA for a 2-week vacation and stayed with relatives and friends. And my mother said, "Do you want to stay?" And I said, "Why not?" We ended up staying. And for 2 years, a lot of sofas and a lot of spare rooms. And she, my mother, is not only beautiful, she's brilliant. She ended up going to college, UCLA, and getting her master's degree in cinema TV production. And she could not afford childcare. And so she used to take me to college with her. And after she got her master's degree, she started going around to the Hollywood, studios and networks and asking for jobs, and she got a lot of no's. And finally, she went to NBC and she said, "Do you have a job here for me?" And they said no, and she asked a question. She said, "Do you have an intern program where I can work here for free?" And they said no. And then she asked the question that changed everything. She said, "Will you please start one with me?"
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. And they said yes. And because she couldn't have found, so she started going there and working at NBC and for free. And then she became a tour guide and gave tours of NBC. And this is in 74, 75. I'm about 13, 14 years old. And then she ended up getting a job as a publicist and in the marketing department. And she could not afford childcare, so she used to take me to work with her. And I used to sit there and wait for my mother to get off work. And I knew I had to be quiet as I possibly could, but I was waiting and I was noticing they were making something called television. So I would watch Johnny Carson tape something called The Tonight Show. And I thought, that's interesting, that's a talk show. Then I would walk across the hall and I would watch Red Fox tape Sanford and Son. And then I walked down the hall and I would watch Flip Wilson tape the Flip Wilson Show. And then I walked down the hall and I said, there's this new soap opera, that they're doing. And then there was a sportscaster doing the local sports, and his name was Bryant Gumbo. And then there was a local weather guy doing the weather, and his name was Pat Sajak. And I saw this guy, Bob Hope, do specials, and I know on and on.
Well, how old are you, Mr. Allen? God damn.
You know how we are. I'm 208 years old.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking good, But anyway, so I'm watching them make television. Now, up until this point, I'm in Detroit, right? And I couldn't wait to grow up and go to Ford Motor Company with my dad, who worked at Ford Motor Company for over 30 years. My granddaddy worked at Great Lakes Steel for over 30 years. And I couldn't wait to get a uniform, a lunch pail, and go to the factory with them. And then when I was in this television studio and I'm watching them make all this television, I said, wow, this is a different kind of factory. I want to be in this factory. I want to make television. And I loved the comedians that I saw. Red Fox, just immediately fell in love with him. And he was so great. He talked to me like I was his best friend. Like Red Fox, I remember I said, "Mr. Fox, that was so funny," because I watched him tape his show. "How you doing, son? How you doing? You want some cabbage? You want some cabbage?" I go, "I don't eat cabbage." "I'm not talking about that kind of cabbage. Come on, cabbage. Come on, boy." And he pulled out a wad of cash, this thick, right? He go, here. And he peeled off like $100. He goes, "Buy your mama something nice. You only get one mama."
Wow.
Red Fox. Wow. So I watched a young comedian named Richard Pryor do a variety show. And I was so fascinated watching the executives deal with the talent, the directors deal with the producers and on. And I said, this is it. This is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. I'm going to be a comedian. I'm going to make comedy. I'm going to produce television. And I don't care if I have to do it for free for the rest of my life. So Gladys Knight and the Pips had a summer show. In their summer show, they had a comedian on. And I knocked on his door and I said, "Hey, you become a comedian, sir?" He said, "Go to the Comedy Store." I said, "Okay." I go, "What's the name of your sitcom in the fall?" He goes, "Welcome Back, Kotter." I said, "Oh, thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Nice to meet you again." Right? So I called the Comedy Store and they said, "Yeah, Monday night tryout night. So get here early. The doors open, get here early. People start getting here early and we put people on stage at 7:30. So I got there at 9 in the morning. And I sat there on the curb by myself and wrote jokes until they opened the door at 7:30. I went on stage and I performed for 4 people in 200 chairs. I was 14.
Did you bomb?
Oh yeah, well, 200 chairs. I didn't have much oxygen in the room. And this dude came up to me and he said, "Hey, that was funny. Who wrote those jokes?" I said, "I did." He goes, "Let me get your phone number. I know somebody who might be interested in writing with you." I said, "Sure, okay." And I gave him my phone number and I get a call 2 weeks later and this guy says, "Can I speak to Byron?" I said, "This is Byron." He goes, "This is Jimmy J.J. Walker." Wow. Now, Jimmy was hotter than the sun. Good Times was the #1 sitcom in America, 1975. So he calls me up and he says, "My man, Wayne Klein, says you're funny. And if my man, Wayne Klein, says you're funny, then you must be funny." He says, "Do you want to come write with me and my boy?" I said, "Let me ask my mom."
That's respectful. That's what you're supposed to do. Yeah.
So I hear him put his hands over the phone. He goes, "Oh my," because he was at a writer's meeting. He had just finished a writer's meeting. And he said, "Oh my God, he has to ask his mom." And then I heard this dude in the background say, "Tell his mom not to worry. We'll have cookies and milk for him." And then Jimmy said, "Come on, Dave, be nice, be nice. Don't scare the kid." So I asked my mom, and she said, "Yeah, you can go." So my mom takes me over to Jimmy's apartment, and I walk in, and sitting there is the biggest television star in America at that time, Jimmy J.J. Walker, summer of 75. I'm 14. I had an afro, plaid pants. It's crazy. And I walk in, and sitting in his apartment was Jay Leno.
Damn. You like the Black Forrest Gump, Byron?
I had a box of candy, too. He was sleeping in his car, Jay was, and another guy named David Letterman. And David had just driven out from Indianapolis in a red pickup truck, and they were getting $200 a week, and I sold him a joke, and I got $25. And I'll never forget, he gave me the check for $25, and I went to my mother and I said, "What is this?" And she said, "That's a check." I go, "What happens now?" She said, "You go to the bank and you cash it, they're gonna give you $25. And I said, I said, "Okay." She goes, "What's wrong?" I said, "I don't wanna cash it." She said, "Boy, you need the money, you're gonna cash it." And I go, "This piece of paper, this check says that I can make it in this business, and I don't wanna let it go." She said, no. She said, "You cash it, they're gonna send it back to Jimmy, and then you go to Jimmy and ask for the return check, because they'll after they cash it." So sure enough, after the meeting, I said, "Jimmy, you know that check you gave me, that $25 check you gave me, did that ever get back to you? Did the bank send it back to you?" He goes, "Yeah." I go, "Can I get it back?" He goes, "Sure." And he gave it back to me. And I framed it. And 50 years later, I had him on my show, Comics Unleashed, and I said, "Do you remember this?"
Did he remember?
Oh, yeah. I said, "This is when I knew I could make it in this business. Thank you." Wow. So I just had him on my show, Comics Unleashed with Byron Allen. And he was gracious enough to come on, and I pointed that out. So that's what made me want to be a comic. And I really learned then, it's not show business, it's business show. And I learned that quickly because I was 18 years old, and I was on a show I did The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. I was the youngest comedian to do The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. And I got numerous offers, and I've always loved numbers, and I said, I want this one. I want to do this show. I had 10 offers. And they said, why this one? And I said, because there are 3 networks, ABC, NBC, CBS. There's 22 hours of primetime television, 66 hours in total quantum, and this is the only hour that's different from the other 65 hours. It's a reality show, and I think it's strong enough to stand out, to be on the air long enough to get me through USC Film School, and my mother doesn't have to pay. So I said, I want to go with this show. That show turned out to be Real People. That show changed the face of television, gave birth to reality shows, and it was a game changer. So it was just mathematical. Now I was on the show, and I was getting $2,500 an episode, and my counterparts were getting $10,000, $12,500 an episode. And then second year, I got $4,000 an episode. My counterparts, it moved to like $12,500, $15,000. My third year, they didn't have me under contract, and I said, hey, can I get in year 3 what they got in year 1? And they said no. And I was fired. And it was the worst, I thought it was the worst thing that ever happened to me.
You got fired for asking for more money?
I got fired for asking for more money, absolutely. And I thought it was the worst thing that ever happened to me. And it was the very best thing that could have ever happened to me in life. Business life. So,
was that the moment you realized you wanted to move from performing to building a media?
And that was the moment I said, this is not show business, this is business show. I got to learn the business side, and then I can do all the shows I want. But what it was I was really hurt, because my mother was my manager at the time. I was really hurt that someone said to my mother how little I was worth. And I thought, I will never let anybody say to my mother again, I'm only worth this. So from this moment on, I will never work for anyone else again. So in January of '81, I went to the television convention, NATP, the National Association of Television Programming Executives. And this is where all the people own and operate television stations, meet with people who create and sell shows. And it's pretty much out of business now. I went for 40 consecutive years, starting in '81. And I made it a point to get to know each and every person that owned and operated a television station in America, and each and every advertiser. And I started syndicating my shows by calling those television stations. And when I started my company from my dining room table in summer of '93, I called all 1,200 television stations directly. And I asked them to carry my show for free. Had 1 hour, it was a 1 hour show, 14 minutes of airtime, commercial time, 14 minutes. And I said, I will sell my 7 minutes to national advertisers. You sell your 7 minutes to local advertisers, local car dealers, banks, and supermarkets. I'll sell my airtime to national advertisers. Literally, I got about 50 no's from each and every television station. I literally sat at my dining room table and wore holes in my dining room chair, because I sat there from 6 in the morning to 8 at night, and I kept calling every television station methodically, one after the next, after the next. And finally, I was able to squeeze out 150 yeses, and that's how I got my first show on the air, after working through about 50,000 no's. So I didn't know how to sell my advertising time, because I didn't have experience. I had a guy say to me, he worked at Tribune,
He said, if you get 75% of the country to carry your show, I'll give you a $400,000 advance for your advertising, and that's how you will fund production. Well, when I went back to him and I said, I didn't clear 75% of the country, I cleared 95% of the country.
Woo!
He said, you know what? I changed my mind. We're not going to give you the advance, the 400 grand. And it was interesting. He said it to me about a week after a television station in Harrisburg, the WHP, and I still remember all the call letters. WHP, the CBS affiliate in Harrisburg, said, I called him up. I said, you know, what happened with the paperwork? I thought you were going to run the show. He said, no, I changed my mind. He said, the guys from Paramount came in here and they said you were calling me from your dining room table in your underwear and that the show wasn't going to be there. You weren't going to get it on the air, so I gave him your time period. And I said, let me ask you something. I said, how many guys did Paramount send in to see you? He said, 3. I said, did they have on nice suits? He goes, yeah. Cufflinks? I said, yeah. He said, yeah. I said, they have their initials on their cuffs there? Yeah. I said, yeah. I said, those guys get paid a lot of money. I said, listen up. I said, yeah, Bob, I am calling you from my dining room table. And yeah, I'm in my underwear. I don't have a commute. Really my pajamas. But I said, listen, I said, the show's going to be there. And tell the boys from Paramount I'm never going to cancel the show. And tell the boys from Paramount the reason I'm never going to cancel the show is because they're never going to be able to walk into another TV station in America and say that my show will not be there. Ooh. Let the boys from Paramount know. All right? Next week, the guy said, I'm not sending you the 400 grand. And I thought about what I had just said to that guy. And I said, okay, I'm going forward anyway. I didn't have the 400 grand to make the show. So my home went in and out of foreclosure about 14 times because I had to get the show in production. I could not pay for anything, right? And I worked really closely with the bank. And the bank, there was a lady at the bank, and she said to me, you know, don't let it go past my mortgage. Don't let it go past day 90 because it'll move over to another lady and you don't want to talk to her. So on the 89th day, I would always go pay my mortgage because I had to pay for the tape and the editing and blah, blah, blah. So then we got the show on the air, and I always remember that. And we got the show on the air, and that show is still on the air 30 years later.
Wow.
And my sales team always asks me, they say, how come you don't cancel that show? You want to? I said, it's something personal. Yeah. So anyway, we built this show. I kept putting shows on the air. I kept smiling and dialing and smiling. Ended up with about 70 shows on the air. Ended up with this large library. Ended up going to Verizon and saying, look, I saw you guys are going to spend $25 billion to offer 150 HD channels. I want to give you 10 of them. They said, we'll do 7. We did 7. And then because of the way we operated those 7, a guy came to me. He said, I used to work at the Weather Channel. The way you operate is very different. You should buy the Weather Channel. And so I said, okay. And I went to go buy the Weather Channel. They didn't want to let me into the process. They said to me, it was the bank, Morgan Stanley. The guy said, I said, hi, my name is Byron Allen. I understand the Weather Channel's for sale. I said, I'd like to be in the process. He says, where's your money going to come from? He goes, you're competing with people who have billions of dollars on their balance sheet. And I said, oh, that's nice. I said, if it's a good deal, I can find the money. And he goes, you don't have the money? I go, I have plenty of money. If you have a good deal, I have an infinite amount of money. I said, money is not the commodity. I'm the commodity. I said 8 billion people on the planet. Very few people know how to buy this asset and make it bigger and better than what it is now. Don't worry about the money. I have plenty of money. I have access to plenty of money. Didn't want to let me in the process. I saw that one of their board members was a guy named Sandy Grushaw. And I knew Sandy. And so Morgan Stanley told Sandy that I had called and to try and get into the process, and how ridiculous they thought it was that I wanted to get into the process with no money. And Sandy said, oh, no. He goes, I know who he is. He goes, do you know who he is? They go, oh, yeah, we know who he is. Because Sandy was the chairman of Fox, 20th Century Fox, which is why your reputation is your greatest currency.
Write that down. Write that down.
It's your greatest currency. So he said, he goes, oh, yeah, I know who Byron Allen is. He goes, let me tell you. He goes, when we sat in our meetings in Fox, we didn't talk about Disney. We didn't talk about Paramount. We didn't talk about Warner Brothers. We talked about Byron Allen. I said, really? He goes, oh, yeah, he was a big problem for us, big problem. They go, really? He goes, yeah, the other studios are giant battleships. They take forever to figure things out. If there was a dollar to be made in a certain category in television syndication, this guy was like a little speedboat. He would take his boat, go around us 4 or 5 times, hit the beach, grab the gold, leave. By the time we turn our ship around, he took all the gold. He took a lot of time periods from us. This guy is the largest provider of first-run shows. He has on more first-run shows than all the studios combined. He said you would be ill-advised not to let him into the process. Let him in the process. So they let me in the process because of the reputation. So I said, how much do you want for this asset? And they were told me, blah, blah, blah. They said, you need to prove to us you have $300 million, whatever it was. I said, no problem. So I called a guy up who I met. He managed $100 billion. And I said, I got a really good deal, and I need $310 million. I have 60 from one guy, I got 50 from another. I need you to come in with 200 million. And I said, and these are the numbers on the deal. And he said, don't move. I'll send somebody by on Monday. I called him on a Friday morning, and he gave me the money that night, and we made the bid and bought the Weather Channel the next day.
That's crazy.
And in conclusion,
Byron Allen made it rain on the Weather Channel.
So they gave me 310 million. They loaned me 310 million. And once again, your reputation is your currency. They said you have 5 years to pay it back. And I gave it back in 5 months. And I had a prepayment penalty of $28 million. So they said, because I paid it back so quickly, they were like, well, we wanted that interest payment. I'm like, yeah, okay, I got you. So I gave them the 28 million plus the 310. So I paid the penalty, right? So my guys were like, why'd you pay it back so quickly? I go, watch, right? So I paid it back. And the next thing you know, Wall Street showed up and said, we saw what you did with your business starting from your dining room table. We saw how you borrowed that money for 310 and paid it back in 5 months. You have unlimited capital, buy whatever you want.
Jeez.
They will, and just know this last thing in conclusion. Business is a contact sport. You're nothing more than economic athletes. They will see your passion. They will see your stats. And they will always want you on their team because you make them money. You have unlimited amounts of capital available to you if your hustle is at the highest level. Keep your hustle at the highest level because capital is always looking for you to get the money back and a return. There's trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of capital looking for you. Go get it.
Byron Allen, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Sir.
We believe in ourselves. We believe in ourselves. We believe in our people. We we can review for now, but the most important is be preparing for the next one. The most important.
Pues ellos me reemplazaron el techo completo. Yo, como le dije, yo llamé. Entonces vino aquí, me entrevistaron aquí. Sí. Me dijeron que debía estar el día para una reunión, entonces vinieron. Me dijeron que sí, que yo calificaba. Entonces me pusieron el techo completo.
Muchas gracias, doña Vitalia. Muchas gracias.
Wasn't that amazing? Did you want to keep it going? Let's keep it going. Thank you to Byron and thank you to Charlemagne. But we're going to keep this show on the road, moving by bringing up our next guests. And they're going to weigh in on the future-proofing finance, something that I know you all want to know about. Everybody here. So please welcome the president and CEO of Alt Finance, Marcus Shaw, the head of MS at Work for Morgan Stanley, Scott Watley, the managing director of National Head of Community and Business Development Consumer Banking at JP Morgan Chase & Company, Deidre Porche, and the moderator, influential DC attorney and 25-year Operation Hope board member, Steve Ryan.
Good afternoon, Atlanta.
Yes.
You've been a great audience today. Don't stop now. So we're here to talk about future-proofing finance. And you asked the question, why is there a lawyer from Washington, D.C. here? And you know what the biggest lie is in Washington. I'm a lawyer from Washington, and I'm here to help. So the answer is that I'm being chosen as a moderator, and I will try to be modest. And I have a wonderful panel with us today. Let me tell you just simply what my role is at Operation Hope. I am John Bryant's protector. There are people who are jealous of John Bryant, aren't nice to him. I am a pit bull. And I've been John's pit bull for the last 25 years. That's my job.
I love that. That's great.
But I have the experts here. The first is Deidre Porche, pardon me. I knew I had to get her first name right, which I did, but Porche. She is with JP Morgan Chase. You may have heard of them. She's the managing director and head of Community Business Development, Consumer and Community Bank. She is the person who boosts financial health of communities.
Yay.
And she lives in Los Angeles, and I couldn't be more excited to have her here. The second speaker is going to be Scott Whaley. He's in another company, Morgan Stanley.
Let's hear it, Morgan Stanley.
Yeah. It's companies you just never heard of. He's the managing director of Morgan Stanley at Work. He's dealing with workplace benefits, but he's been the chief revenue officer of the company. And other than looking like the picture of Dorian Gray, I wondered how he could have all those jobs so early in his life. And he was also at E-Trade. So we have two stellar bankers. And then we have someone with the most exciting business plan that you're going to hear. And that's Marcus Shaw. And I want the HBCU crowd to be paying attention.
Yeah.
Because he's the head of the Alt Finance Corporation, and he is going to talk about the most exciting new business plan that I've heard in financial literacy. So we're going to kick this off, and I've just asked each of them to introduce themselves to you in their own way and their institution, and to start the discussion. Thank you.
Love that. Awesome. Well, first, I am so excited to be here with all of you today. So thank you for having us. I'm Deidre Forche, and I'm responsible for community and business development for JP Morgan Chase. And what that means is we are focused on providing financial education to empower individuals and families and businesses to ensure that they are ready, yes, for the future, right? That they are ready for those goals and dreams that they've set for themselves. We believe that everyone is entitled to dream. And so we want to power dreams for everyone, everywhere, every day. And a big part of that is ensuring that we can meet people where they are and provide the financial education they need. We were talking earlier about this concept of future proofing, and I love that concept for the conference, because as you think about the opportunity to learn, to develop, it happens at every stage of life. It's exciting to watch very young children learn about the concept of saving, to the middle schooler who's learning to delay gratification and put something away, to the high schooler who's learning to work within a budget, to those who are launching, who are trying to figure out what their investment portfolio will look like. Future proofing to us is all about ensuring we can meet people at every stage. And that's what we're doing at JP Morgan Chase. The goal is to make sure that we can meet people where they are and help them with both human and digital capital to achieve their financial dreams.
First, I just want to say what a blessing it is to be here. Yes, this is one of the most positive, energetic, and beautiful weeks of the year for me. And I have been an attendee for this event since 2011, which is the first year I believe it was held here in Atlanta over at the MLK Center. And it's just such a phenomenal gathering of people around a common purpose and a common vision that I think we all believe is truly important. Now, specifically what Morgan Stanley at Work does within the organization of Morgan Stanley broader is we manage the benefit programs for over 3,200 public and private companies across the world, supporting over 7 million employees, administering roughly $3.5 trillion in assets. And we want to Deirdre's point, think about how do we engage these employees throughout their career and their financial journey, meet them where they are through the digital tools and platforms and the advice and the financial education and literacy programs that help drive employee engagement, employee retention, talent acquisition, but certainly the arc of the financial journey that employees are on. And how can we engage those individuals in a meaningful way through the tools and capabilities and advice that Morgan Stanley can provide? I think there's also a lot we do within several different areas. You think about the community work that Morgan Stanley does for nonprofits around financial literacy and education. You think about the innovation labs, the Small Business Academy, where we mentor and guide entrepreneurs in diverse communities on how to build and grow their businesses. These are some of the things that we do on a regular basis. Local programs, there's a gentleman who leads a program here, up here in the front, the Next Level Boys Academy, where we focus on engaging young men, call it 10 to 25 years old, in the Black and brown communities, and how can we help them around financial literacy, entrepreneurial skills, job training. It's a program that I'm involved with on almost a weekly basis, but Morgan Stanley commits resources and invests in these types of entrepreneurial programs across the country.
I am so excited to share the stage with the stakeholders that we have here in Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, and Operation Hope. At Alt Finance, we are addressing what we believe is one of the root issues in financial education. And so when you talk about the future of finance, you're talking about how do you prepare young people for a capitalist system, which we all benefit from, but make sure that they're educated so that they can prepare themselves and their families for success and prosperity in that economy. And we had Tony Ressler, the co-founder and chairman of Ares Corporation, speak earlier today. Many people know Tony as the managing partner, managing owner of the Atlanta Hawks. But in order to put the capital forward to acquire the Hawks, Tony had a champion career in alternative investments, private equity and private credit. We are developing a new generation of students at our historically black colleges and universities, including my alma mater, Morehouse College, all right, that are preparing students to be the next Tony wrestlers of the world, right? Because the great next Trae Young, we've put a lot of focus on that, and we want to have that. But we got to have the next Tony wrestlers too. We want to make sure that the opportunity to be the next Tony wrestler, or Mark Rowan, or Robert Smith, are all coming from communities where we've seen success in other sectors of the economy. HBCUs have done that to a disproportionate manner in law, in education, in healthcare, in politics. We've seen success there. But we're doing it all financed with the contribution from Ares, Oaktree, and Apollo, a $90 million investment into the future of HBCU students. It's preparing a next round, $90 million, all right?
Great.
Are preparing HBCU students to lead the future of finance and the future of our country, which is largely dependent on finance.
Just to add something, you know, one of the things that's really amazing about this is the strength of the networking and the connections that we all make.
Absolutely.
This was a phenomenal connection to make for me and for all of us, because once I started to understand what alt finance does, and we run one of the largest alt platforms in the world, and then partnering that with the HBCU leadership work that we do, now I can connect these dots.
Right.
And you start thinking about, I already reached out to the head of our alts platform business today. I said, hey, do you know about this? No. Does this mean this can be a pipeline for talent into the alts business? Absolutely. Now I'm connecting the leader of this business with Marcus and what's going on here.
Love that.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
Right.
You're training people for two things. One is to be that entrepreneur, and the other is to manage their own money.
That's right.
In another business. And I think that management in the second part, let's talk about education and lifelong education, because I lost my children's first education fund in 2002 and the second one in 2009 because I didn't know how, I was very good at making money, but not so good at managing it. What do you think about this idea that you expressed in the back room of lifelong learning, where you don't need to learn everything at the beginning or in the middle, but you have to be a lifelong learner? And talk a little bit about that.
Absolutely. I alluded to earlier, it's fascinating to watch young people begin to learn about managing money, but you don't have to learn everything when you're young, and you're never too old to learn. There are milestones in life where we need to be prepared, to your earlier comment, as an ecosystem, as an environment. We need to be creating those places and spaces where people can get the information they need in the moments that they need them. So whether you're young and you're learning about just basic money skills, I think one of the things that's fascinating right now is that young people in that starter generation have access to earning income, whether it be with their startup business, their online business, but do they have a foundation in money skills to manage their money? And so how are we showing up as an ecosystem to support their money skills and their management skill needs? And then the next phase of life might be buying a home and preparing to send their kids to college. Do we have the resources, the tools, the technology to meet them in those moments and provide them the information and the network that they need in order to achieve that milestone? On to retirement and those times invariably that happen in life where things don't go the way that they're planned and you have to recover. So do we have the systems, the tools, the technology, and the network to meet people where they are? I argue that we do. I argue that all of us in this room are focused on creating that ecosystem, and I argue that we have a responsibility to do so. I like to say we do this work together, and so that means all of us have a role to play in that.
Marcus, did you want to pick up?
To Deidre's point, a personal story, I lost my mother this summer.
Bless your heart.
We all, if we're fortunate enough, we will bury our parents. They won't bury us, okay? That's God's way. What I will say is, unless you have people in your network, folks like the good people at JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, and people that have an understanding of this, you can wipe out everything that your parents have done for you upon death, right? If you don't understand estate, you don't understand planning, you don't understand will, these simple things, which even well-educated people can mess up, you will lose half of that value in a day. And so when Deidre and Scott are talking about being able to educate not only the employees at their firms, but also their constituents, it is critical for the sustainability of wealth that we're all working to develop, that we understand financial literacy, and that is continuous. You know, I'm almost 50 years old. That's not something that you learn in college. It's something that you learn that life teaches you. And so I appreciate everything that you all are doing around that, because we're all going to experience it at some point.
Well, and a big part of that, I think, is ensuring that those resources and those relationships meet you where you are. One of the things that I love about the work we're doing at Chase is that we hire folks from the community that are for the community. And so they're there, they're present to engage someone that you can relate to, someone that knows about your high school football team, but that can talk to you real talk about decisions you're making and about habits that you'd like to form and or change, and meet you where you are in those moments that matter.
Well, I think that's an important point, which is maintaining proximity to the people and proximity to the problem so that you maintain perspective, right? Now, you're talking about education.
You're talking like a preacher now.
I know. So, hey, don't get me going.
He's from Atlanta. He's from Atlanta.
I'm about to get loose. You know, you're talking about financial education. Yes, we have the tools and we have the intent and the will to get this done. TIAA recently did a study on financial literacy, and it wouldn't be a surprise to most of us in the room that half of the respondents of 50,000 plus failed that financial literacy evaluation across savings, budgeting, credit, insuring, et cetera. And I think one of the things that was interesting about that is those individuals that failed that were twice as likely to be debt constrained, 5 times as likely to not have emergency savings to cover 1 month of expenses. You heard Ed Bastian this morning talk about the emergency savings plans. These are programs that Morgan Stanley at Work tries to make sure we're focused on too, is how are we creating financial wellness and health for these individuals. And then the other one that was really interesting too is they're 8 times as likely to spend 20 hours a week stressing on their financial situation. When you correlate that to 40 hours a week, and you're spending half of that time stressing, imagine the impact around productivity in the workplace.
Right.
It's
all related.
All interconnected, right? And now it starts to fall to the bottom line for these organizations and companies. And so this is a problem that we all need to be leaning into and solving.
Agreed.
Let me toss out another issue. Is the workplace going to change so that people who are currently W-2 employees are going to end up as 1099s and not be formally tied to their employer with a benefits package, which is traditionally associated with a W-2 life, and become a 1099 where you really have to provide all of that infrastructure of healthcare and savings out of your own control and budget? What's the thinking about how AI will impact the workers at corporations now?
I think that's an interesting question. I think it's to be determined. I think there's the upside of what artificial intelligence can provide in terms of efficiency in the workforce, allowing people to spend more time in a kind of work-life balance environment, being more productive, thinking about the process optimization that can be gained in organizations, expanding margin, et cetera. The downside, obviously, is what does the labor force dislocation look like? And I think one of the great things about Operation Hope, it's not just the financial literacy that is being focused on, but it's how are we thinking about AI literacy in our communities, and making sure that as these capabilities come forward, that we aren't leaving people behind, and that we're thinking about how are we bringing these types of educational programs forward. Now, in terms of what does it look like, I don't know which way that's going to break. I feel positive, and I always say never lose faith in the end of the story. And that I think it will have a positive outcome. Will there be periods of change? Yes, it's going to be a challenge. And I think one of the things we have to lean into around AI literacy is if you're adverse to change, you're going to hate irrelevance a lot more.
Yeah.
Right? And so you've got to start to get on board with it.
100%.
I mean, and I commend John on this. John was one of the first people to bring Sam Altman to a community of people that may not have been thinking about AI when they wake up in the morning. And so I think John and Operation Hope are always on the forefront of these types of questions. I believe there's an issue, and I'll be econ, right? I'll go a little econ 101 here. We're all going to see some frictional unemployment related to this. We've seen it all the way back to the horse and buggy, you know, moving to the car and then to the internet. But ultimately, human beings adapt. And, you know, Black folks tend to adapt really well, okay? And so we're going to find ways to use AI as a tool to do better and to be more productive, not as the boogeyman to be scared of. We've always done it, and we always will. So the key, right, the opportunity, and there's some folks that have talked about this a lot, if we are early adopters of use cases to improve, you know, I'll tell you, I use AI every day, and I use it to help me be more efficient so I can spend more time. I can call my daughter who's at Spelman. I can spend more time with my son when he comes home. My wife is less annoyed with me, right? It helps me be more productive at home. If we can find ways to do that, we'll be healthier citizens. Our health and education will be better. We'll be more productive, and we'll be happier. If we have a lot of anxiety about being replaced and we don't improve upon ourselves, then that's on us.
Well, I would just add one last thing. I think there's a tremendous opportunity for the democratization, like that's a mouthful, but being able to leverage access to these platforms in ways that otherwise we wouldn't have been able to when you consider how you can build on existing platforms. I'm optimistic about how businesses in this room will be able to build on technology that already exists rather than having to write code and do things from scratch, leveraging those platforms that exist to get even more access to business owners.
Let me pick up on that. John Bryant actually has this vision of where he's taking our organization, that we're going to be the leading nonprofit in this space, and then helping other nonprofits in engaging in the tools that will allow financial literacy and service to our clients and coaching. We're going to take the AI and remake this organization again in an image that it wasn't before. And I think that's a brilliant business plan. And we need you all to be supportive of that business plan, because we are, I think, out in front of other nonprofits in doing that. So I want to ask you, what are the things that make you optimistic or concerned? And you did both. Could I hear from both of you at the big banks, where you have a picture of the economy that's much more developed than most of us have? What are the things that you fear or are concerns versus what you're optimistic about? And I've heard a lot of optimism as well.
So I think some of you think about labor force dislocation and AI, but you look at kind of the geopolitical tensions around the world right now, certainly a challenging environment. You look at inflationary pressures and the tariff environment that we're operating in. How does that impact? You look at the rising costs of just affordability in housing, healthcare expenses. These are significant headwinds that we're faced with. Now, I think when you think about what's positive, you've got a favorable capital markets environment. You've got some deregulation that we think is beneficial. And so I think some of those things continue to act as headwinds. I think you get more and more people starting to interact with trading and investing. One of the things that we've seen over the last 5 years is the 20 to 30-year-olds are doing a phenomenal job of investing. The watch out there, though, is over the last 5 years, the market has gone generally up and to the right. The Dow's up 46%. The NASDAQ's up 150 to 160% over that period. They haven't seen a downturn for those younger generation of investors. So that's a watch out. So back to financial literacy and education, thinking about things around diversification strategy, risk management, not being single concentrated in a single equity or a single sector of equities, because that's what we're starting to see in that younger generation of investors. So that continues to be a watch out.
Yeah, you named all of the headwinds, and certainly as it relates to the communities that we're often trying to ensure are not left behind and not marginalized, jobs and skills in the short term, affordable housing, inflation, all headwinds for sure. But I'm optimistic because I believe that with all of the rapid development of both technology and jobs and tools, this combination of human plus digital is a powerful one. And it's one that is accessible to all. So I hope that what we take away from this conference is how we work together to ensure that we can meet people where they are, both with big tech and big tools and resources to our HBCUs and colleges and universities and young people across the country. How can we combine forces to ensure that we're responsible to create an ecosystem to meet people where they are with the resources they need? I'm so proud of the fact that we just hired our last community manager in Fargo, North Dakota. So we are now in all lower 48 states. Super excited about that. So we are combining products and services and tools and people in local communities to ensure that people have access to what they need.
Let me have the last word. In 1942, which was the darkest year of World War II, Joseph Schumpeter, the Czech minister of finance, had escaped from Nazi Europe, and everything was occupied in Nazi Europe. And he wrote a book, and the book is called Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, written in that very difficult time where we were actually allied with a communist Stalinist state that we had very little in common with, other than we were fighting a terrible, an even worse Nazism. And he said something that has come down in history, that we have creative destruction built into capitalism. And that creative destruction always has winners and losers. And our job in this room is to make sure that in the creative capitalism and the destruction of the old order and the creation of the new order, which the United States has been behind consistently, that no one is left behind.
That's right.
That is it. And go read the book from 1942. It resonates to today, to the capitalism that we're experiencing, but also the hope that we hope to bring you. And with that, any last words from the panel?
No, I think from our side at Alt Finance, we see ourselves as an instrument in the evolution of new capitalism that is inclusive of all people. I think the words of 1942 resonate. This creative destruction that we've seen are just moments in time. And so, like the Phoenix, we want to rise bigger and better at each moment. And if we can do that with shared prosperity, it's better for America.
What I would say is, yes. Sometimes we look at adversity as an impediment to success. And I think when we can flip that and say, actually, embracing adversity is the pathway to success. And when I look out on a room like this, I see a room filled of alchemists.
Other than we can't see you, but...
but a room full of alchemists. And what I mean by that is the ability to take all of the lead that life throws on us and turn that into gold. And that's what this room is, and that's what this movement is.
Love it.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
You've been a great audience yet again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wasn't that wonderful, inspiring? I know you took notes. Well, there's more to come, and I get a chance to welcome to the stage someone who is going to continue to inspire you. Please welcome to the stage the president and the CEO of the T.D. Jakes Foundation, Kelly Cornish.
So good afternoon, everyone. We are so excited to be here. I think I saw Chairman Jakes walk back in. Yes, hi, Chairman and the team. Good afternoon. What an honor it is to be here at the Hope Global Forum, a gathering that doesn't just dream about change, but builds the infrastructure for it. I want to begin by recognizing John Hope Bryan and the entire Operation Hope team. Let's give them a hand. Hasn't this been amazing? Yes, yes, yes. John, your leadership has redefined what financial dignity looks like in this country. And I'm grateful to stand here representing the TD Jakes Foundation, an organization deeply aligned with your mission and proud to call Operation Hope a partner. Since 2023, TD Jakes Foundation has invested in and partnered with Operation Hope to expand financial services where they're needed the most. Together, we're strengthening financial stability, increasing economic mobility, and helping families rewrite their futures, particularly across the southern Dallas area. And through our 2020-year-old reentry program for the TD Jakes Foundation, it used to be called TORI, and we've changed the name to make it global for thriving opportunities for returning individuals. And this, yes, and this is for people who have been formerly incarcerated. Chairman TD Jakes, under the ministry of the Potter's House 20 years ago, started this program, and since then, 42,000 formerly incarcerated people have gone through the program. And the next chapter is just starting. The foundation now houses this program, and we are partnering with Operation Hope to bring even more hope to the Dallas area and around the country for those who have been formerly incarcerated. One of the most meaningful parts of our partnership is the work underway in Dallas. We'll start in Dallas and we'll spread across the country, where our funding is supporting a brand new Hope office that will be located with our office in Dallas. The first Hope office in Dallas. This center will have an embedded financial well-being coach offering personalized, one-on-one, no-cost financial coaching. And again, this is a pilot that we look to spread across the country for those who have been formerly incarcerated. Residents and our TORI participants can walk in and receive help with credit repair, saving strategies, debt reduction, and long-term planning that actually fits their lives. It's high touch, community-centered, and tailored to the culture and realities of the community. This coaching isn't just informational, it is transformational. Clients pursuing home ownership are accessing Operation Hope's digital home ownership pathway, gaining clarity on mortgage readiness, the buying process, and overcoming barriers that keep too many families from owning a home. This support strengthens both immediate financial stability and long-term generational wealth. And for our TORI participants, those who have been formerly incarcerated, it's moving one of the biggest hurdles to successful reentry, financial independence. Yes, yes, and it's so needed. From budgeting to credit repair to debt management, these aren't small steps. For many, they are the first steps toward a life that they never thought possible. The TD Jakes Foundation has also supported Operation Hope's national digital expansion, helping enhance on-demand financial wellness services, build community-centered online learning spaces, expand dashboards that help families track progress, and strengthen Hope's data model so outcomes can be scaled across the country. These improvements make financial wellness accessible to households that systems often overlook. And this work matters, especially in today's economic reality. The Federal Reserve reports that 37% of Americans cannot cover a $400 emergency expense. These gaps are real, but they are not permanent. Operation Hope's coaching network has already serviced over 4 million people, increasing credit scores by an average of 35 points within the first year. Yes, that kind of progress changes mortgages, changes access, and changes lives. So as I begin to close, at the TD Jakes Foundation, we believe that real transformation happens when organizations lock arms. But the real power comes when our work connects with partners like Operation Hope, partners who reinforce financial dignity, financial literacy, and the long-term tools families need to thrive. So as we close out 2025, I want to challenge all of us in the room. Let's finish strong. Let's lead with intention. Let's build with courage. Economic mobility is not a luxury, it is a leadership decision. At every investment we make, our partnerships we strengthen, every community we pour into, it moves us closer to the future we talk about from stages like this. The TD Jakes Foundation is proud to stand with Operation Hope. We are aligned, we are committed, and we are ready for the work ahead because the communities we serve deserve nothing short of transformation. So please keep us both in mind on this Giving Tuesday. I had to put that plug in there. And yes, it is Giving Tuesday, and we're doing some really good work, so don't forget about us. And then you can partner with us to be part of the solution. So thank you, John Hope and Operation Hope. Thank you, Chairman Jakes, for your vision. And thank you to every leader here today. Let's move forward with purpose. Let's finish this year boldly, and let's keep building a future worthy of the hope we carry. Thank you.
Okay, everybody likes to be around when history is made, right? Well, this is what you're going to experience now. Because up next, we have an historic gathering of some of the most prominent leaders in the media. These folks are not just creators, they're owners, they're builders, and you are in for a treat. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Builders Table, the founder of Women Evolve, Sarah Jakes Roberts, the host of the Stephen A. Smith Show, Stephen A. Smith, the founder of Allen Media Group, Byron Allen, and the co-host of The Breakfast Club and co-founder of the Black Effect Network, Charlamagne the God. Okay.
Are you guys enjoying yourself? I'm going to ask you again, are you enjoying yourself? Last year, we had a little history. First time that all the professional sports commissioners were on the stage at the same time. It never happened ever, yet alone with an audience that are about empowering the underserved. This year, Charlamagne and I talked about something different and equally special. At a time where folks are suggesting that you are on your own, we say that's fine. Just show us the rules. It's the James Brown version of affirmative action. Open the door, I'll get it myself. So we start thinking about what have we built? What's sustainable? Not just the celebrity images, not just rocking the mic, owning it. So we talked about bringing together a historic session of the biggest builders in media who happen to be Black in the world. And just for clarity's sake, we almost had Tyler Perry. He was out of town. But this is it. I mean, the biggest in sports media, the biggest in radio, the biggest in linear TV, the biggest in faith. Give them some love. Yes, sir.
All right, we are here. It's always good to start off with Pastor Roberts, right? How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to be here.
Absolutely. What was the moment you realized I can't just, I guess be in media, you got to own some of it?
You know, I think that moment really came for me. I was being invited to speak at different places and I was sharing stories and I think I was adding to other people's vision. But there came this moment where I realized the people who was resonating with my social media content weren't showing up in those spaces. And so for me, I wanted to create a space where they could receive information, entertainment, and spiritual edification in spaces that resonated with them culturally. And so Woman Evolve for me was my response to creating that space, and I just couldn't have imagined how necessary that space was.
Absolutely. Mr. Stephen A. Smith,
Yeah,
how are you, my brother?
I'm good. Good to see you, bro.
What was the moment you realized you can't just be in media, you need to own some of it?
When I got fired. That would be a good place
That'll
to start.
do it.
That'll do it.
I didn't think it was the best thing that ever happened to me at that time in 2009. But in the aftermath of all of it, as time went on, I later realized it was the best thing that happened to me to be told that you're no longer wanted, to go from having 4 jobs to 0 in a nanosecond, and to not have anyone, and I mean anyone, interested in you. You just found yourself feeling incredibly helpless. And I was, I had, my daughter had just been born like 8 months earlier. And I'm looking at it as a guy that grew up poor in the streets of Hollis, Queens, wondering if I was going to be able to feed my daughter. I'm old fashioned in that regard. You take care, and you're a man, you take care of your family. And for me to have that in jeopardy scared the living hell out of me. And so ultimately, when I scratched and clawed and I got my way somewhat back, looking at the media landscape and how print media was fading. It's not newspapers, it's not print per se, but newspaper. The newspaper industry was fading into the twilight. The advent of social media was coming into play. .coms, podcast, YouTube was on its way, etc. You saw all of this unfolding, and you started saying to yourself, okay, what is it that you can do about it? And the disadvantage that I was at, and a lot of people don't realize that if you're an artist, if you're an athlete, etc., one of the major advantages that you have that a lot of people don't realize is that when you come on board in the media industry, you're usually an independent contractor. Because I was a newspaper reporter, I was an employee. So I didn't have rights. Like literally, so much noise is made about the contract that I just agreed to with ESPN. And what everybody misses is that, do you understand, until this past May, to sit up on this stage, I would have had to get ESPN's permission to do so. Wow. Because I was their employee. That's not the case anymore. Proud to work for them. Proud to work for them. I got great bosses. I'm not throwing any shade, but the industry, whether it's NBC, CBS, anything, you know this better than most, Byron. The fact is that you don't have that latitude. And so because of that, when I agreed to my contract with ESPN, the money was agreed to 8, 9 months earlier. The fight was over the right, the freedom to do the things that I wanted to do. I'm 58 years old, and it just happened this past spring.
I'm 64. You're a young man. You're a young man.
Byron, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Sure.
We only got 40 minutes.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Now you've been fighting for ownership your whole career, right? Like, what's the biggest game you've learned about this system and how it actually works?
Never stop. Next question. You know what? It's really been about ownership, and that the whole time, like he just said, ownership. That's it. We're unique. We're the commodity, and make sure you're direct with the consumer. I think what's going to happen. My prediction is now, because of the technology and the way it's available to us, you will see more billionaires than ever before. Because, yeah, absolutely. Because you have something that I didn't have when I started. You have global distribution.
Yeah.
You're direct to the consumer.
Yes.
So if you really have it, and you really have something that connects with people, that will be a commodity that will generate billions for you in terms of value. It really is. And in conclusion, to keep it short, I was recently reading an article and they were talking about all the people Disney laid off, Warner Brothers laid off, this and that. And they were just going down the list of all the thousands of people who have been laid off. And the last thing they said, and Mr. Beast just opened an amusement park in Saudi Arabia.
That's right. That's right.
That's you. You're unique. Only one person on the planet has your fingerprint. What you bring is very special. Be yourself, bring it, and know that you have something that I spent more than 80, 90% of my life chasing: global distribution. It's your birthright, so go for it.
Where is the tipping point where talent becomes ownership? Like we heard Stephen A. say, like it just happened for him at 58. Like, where is that?
I would say you could make that decision right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that decision is, you make that now. Just say, I'm going to work for myself. I'm going to produce my content. You have these, people are shooting movies on iPhones. You make your content and you up, I mean, what's the kid, Drewski? I mean,
Drewski, yeah.
Yeah, and Sanaa, I mean, like, come on. Come on. I mean, really. I mean, they've proven the model is be yourself, do what you do, don't talk about it, and upload it to the world. And let the world show up in your bank account. I'm telling you, you are the natural greatest resource on the planet. Okay, it used to be oil. It is now content. The most valuable commodity on the planet. It's worth billions and billions of dollars as we move to electric cars. Put it up.
You know, you want to go first? Because I'm. One of the things that I say often is that I'm brilliant because I know I'm not. I listen to those who are, and I learn from them. So when you ask the question about a tipping point, it comes first with the self-awareness of who you are, where you want to be, and what it's going to take to get there. Secondly, do you have the courage to bet on yourself? Because the world is telling you it's not safe, and the chances of you losing are there. So then it's about, yeah, okay, I'm brave enough. Thirdly, knowledge and wisdom emanates from somebody else because you ain't reinventing the wheel. Somebody else knows more. I'm sitting on stage next to Byron Allen. This is not the first time I've been in the presence of Byron Allen. We've had several dinners together. We've talked quite often. John Hope Bryant, with what this man has accomplished, I can't tell you how many times we've been on the phone and the level of counsel that he has provided me. You know, I touch on politics and stuff like that. Well, I know politicians. I've established myself in the world of sports. Well, I know sports figures. I'm interested in the world of business, so I talk to business folks.
You need a prayer line.
You see what I'm saying? That too. You know, and when you talk about the media, how many times do you and I talk?
That's right.
It's not about me knowing everything. It's about me being mindful of what I don't know, understanding that whether it's you, John Hope Bryant, or anybody else, the ability to edify oneself doesn't start and stop with you. It always involves contributions from others. And when you know that and you embrace that and you accept that, your chances of failure diminishes drastically because visionaries are edifying you and blessing you with their brilliance. And somehow, some way, every little crevice that you might miss, if you stood on your own, you won't miss it because somebody is going to give you a nugget of wisdom that you can utilize.
That's right. That's right. Sarah, for all the creators and entrepreneurs watching, what's the real blueprint for going from building a brand to building a company?
You know, I'm going to be transparent. When I first started sharing my story, I thought I was just sharing my story. And it wasn't until I saw that other people were resonating with that story that I felt a sense of responsibility to really make sure that I was creating a construct, a platform where other people were free enough to tell their stories and felt safe enough to tell their stories. And I think it was 1827, the first form of Black media, the Freedom Journal, was created. And it was created as the tagline was, we wish to plead our own cause. For far too long, others have told our story. for me, it wasn't necessarily about building a company. I had a cause. And I felt like that cause was worthy of a construct that would allow for it to be platformed with integrity and authenticity. When you talk about moving from talent into ownership, I think one of the things that I learned very quickly in telling my story is that other people were willing to use it for their own agendas. And if I wasn't willing to take ownership of my story, it would fit within someone else's narrative of what it means to be a Black woman, what it means to be a woman of faith. And if I don't own my story, I allow someone else to project something that's not true. So for me, ownership is not necessarily about building this huge dynamic company, though I recognize that there's opportunity for that. For me, ownership is about maintaining the integrity of who I am and those who are called to me. And as long as I'm in the driver's seat, I can do that.
Woo! Man. Yes, ma'am.
I mean, the truth of the matter is, if you have the talent, you already have the ownership.
Right.
The question is, did you sign it over?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
now with the technology, you don't have to sign it over anymore.
Well, there's also one other element I'd like to add. Yes, one of it is, did you sign it over? The other was, did you succumb to the temptations of numbers, of algorithms, and what others try to tell you work for you because you decided that you wanted to be defined by numbers instead of by your own principles and morals? The world that we live in right now, do you have any idea how easy it would be for you, me, you, anybody, to accumulate numbers if we were willing to compromise our integrity and just put out whatever the audience was gravitating to just to be a slave and imprisoned by numbers and dollar signs? The real test comes from you saying, yeah, I could get an additional 1 million subscribers. I could get an additional 5 million subscribers, but I ain't doing that. And because of that, if this is the sacrifice that I have to make and I got to scratch and claw and crawl instead of leap, then that is what I will do to make sure I maintain my principles.
I love that.
Can we stay there for a second?
I love that. Now I have an excuse to tell everybody why I have 10,000 followers. That's great. I love that. Integrity.
I
don't have 10,000.
I do want to stay there for a second because Sarah touched on something important too. Man, what is your why? Like, what is the reason you're doing what it is you're doing? We're all up here talking about brands and, you know, being talent, but how important is the why, Sarah?
The why matters. I love being a voice that has to be reckoned with, that somehow, some way that you know if there's a pertinent subject that's permeating through our society that people are talking about and the masses are paying rapt attention to, you're going to have to deal with me because of the platform that I have available to me. Yeah, I own my own production company and my YouTube channel and stuff like that, but I also work. I have a job at ESPN. That's an incredibly huge platform that I've been blessed to be able to springboard my career off of. I got to give credit where credit is due. I can't ignore the impact, the benefit that I have for them. And in my perfect world, as long as I'm associated with sports, why would I not want to be associated with the worldwide leader? But I also have something at SiriusXM because they have a huge platform themselves. So having both of that available to me on top of what I own makes me pretty damn lethal. And I like being lethal.
And ESPN paying you $100 million plus, so that's important too.
That's what the reports say.
Well, how important is the why?
For me, it's something that is necessary if I'm going to build something that lives beyond me. And my why has a lot to do with us having two polarized perspectives of what it means to be Black. We've got our Black pain that is often highlighted in media. And then we have this necessity for Black excellence. And what I have found in working with people is that the truth is really somewhere in the middle, that we're navigating Black pain and Black excellence. And there are few places that allow us the complexity of the human experience. And no one knows that better than us. And so my reality is, my cause rather, is to create spaces where that complexity can live, where you can be a person who's on a faith journey, but also questioning God, where you can be into fitness, but also want to make collard greens and have pot liquor. You know, I think to have a space where the complexity of the Black human experience is highlighted is so important, especially when we are sat within a culture where we've been dehumanized. And if we don't make ourselves human, if we don't allow those spaces, then we may not get them. And then I want to say, as it relates to future-proofing Black media, that one of the things that I think that we have an opportunity to do culturally is to really deconstruct this idea of children are seen and not heard, because the future of Black media will require us to listen to what they're drawn to, what are their causes, what are their issues, what are their concerns, how do we meet them where we are, even if we don't necessarily like it. Like, we may not like Glorilla, you know, we may not want to listen to what they're listening to, we may think it's ridiculous, but that may be the only way we're able to hide vegetables and give them what they need. And so I think for future-proofing Black media, that we have to be willing to lean in and listen so that we understand the causes of the next generation and that we can steer them with wisdom, because we do see a generation slipping through the cracks. And if we continue to say, you know what, we'll worry about them when it's not our time, then we'll miss out on what legacy can really look like.
Yeah. Right. I mean, for me, it's really always been about controlling the narrative. I've always felt like the most powerful person isn't, the person who runs this country or that country. It's the person who controls media. Because if you control media, you control what people read, what they hear, what they think, and ultimately how they behave.
That's what Malcolm X said.
Yes.
The person who controls the media controls the mind of the masses.
You control the world, because that's what's guiding you and leading you. And I've always wanted to have a seat at the table and control the narrative, especially as it relates to Black people, which is why I've always used the platform to amplify Black excellence, which is why I do the GRIO Awards to celebrate African American excellence. You know, was not lost on me that the greatest athletes, happen to be Black. But you have these HBCUs, 107 of them, and been around 160, 170 years, but nobody had aggregated, curated, and invested millions and millions of dollars to produce and distribute Black sports, HBCU sports. So because I was able to build this company, I was able to go and aggregate approximately 4,200 HBCU sporting events and put them on broadcast television stations.
Wow.
Put them on Amazon Prime and amplify what's going on at these schools. We have to have people in our community who can curate, aggregate, amplify, produce, and globally distribute who we are and always shine a light on our Black excellence. For me, in Detroit, when my mother and my grandmother put me in the car and said, let's go look and see where all the rich white people live. And when we drove around and they said, and that's where the Ford family lives and the Chrysler family. And all of a sudden they said, and that's where Berry Gordy lives. Yes. And when I saw that, I said, Berry Gordy lives there? They go, yeah, he's got a bowling alley and an indoor swimming pool. I go, over here with these rich white people? I might not be going to the factory. Because that's that image that you need, that beacon of light that draws you. And we have to be there for our children, because when they see us, then they know they can be us and they go for it.
That's right.
You gotta be that light. And you have to constantly show them your excellence. Show them. That's what I'm always doing. I'm showing them their excellence. Because I know when they see it, they're gonna go for it.
Yes.
Just like I went for it. Thank you, Berry Gordy.
Yeah.
That's right. Byron, you brought up controlling, narratives, right? But nowadays it feels like algorithms decide what people see. How do Black people protect narratives when the platforms aren't ours?
Well, you know what? I mean, I think that we know the truth. We're authentic. We're going to cut through it. We know what's going to, we have that voice. We are market leaders. We're global leaders. Our culture is the culture that is exported the most. It is. Whether you look at an example, whether it's in sports or whether it's in music or whether it's in fashion, we're the truth. And people, yeah, we're the truth. And you just have to be comfortable with that. You have to accept that because the system is built to say you're not. And the system is constantly telling you you're not. And you have to just understand you are.
Yeah.
You are it.
Well, you asked that question about narrative. As somebody that's on the air damn near 7 days a week, I got to say this. Sometimes controlling the narrative is not being addicted to paying attention to the narrative.
Yes.
So I am lied on every day. And I mean every day. They make up some stuff about me. It's unbelievable, right?
So you're not running for president?
Well, I didn't say that. but in all seriousness, when I see something like that, yeah, you're absolutely right. Sometimes you got to speak up. But once you speak up and you put it out there, you got to be good.
Yeah.
You can't be addicted to always answering to everybody else's narrative about you because most of the time their narrative is inauthentic. If you're not looking for numbers, I'm not looking for numbers. We want them, but not at the price of us.
Right.
They need the numbers. They're prisoners to the algorithm. They're prisoners to the revenue that it could potentially generate. So they don't mind creating conversation, no matter what kind of detrimental negative effect it may have on you, because it's to their financial benefit. And you're caught up in it to a point where over and over and over again, you might feel the need to respond. I might respond every now and then. I ignore 99% of the stuff that is said about me.
I don't believe that. I follow
It's the
you.
totally truth. It's the total truth. It's the total truth because people look at me and they see a response. What they're not seeing is the inordinate amount of things that are said and what I choose to respond to. So you might see a response 5 days a week, but you're ignoring the 50,000 comments that were made. I answered about 5. I didn't answer 50,000. I'm not thinking about that because I know what their agenda is. And in the end, I might respond to this because it's to my benefit to do so. 99% of the time, it's to my benefit to ignore you, tell you to go kick rocks. You live your life, I live mine. And that's how you got to be. If you're addicted to constantly answering the shrapnel of criticism, vitriol, skepticism that's thrown in your direction, you're already lost.
Yeah.
You're already lost.
Man, that's good. That's good, Stephen A. Sarah, how do you control that? Because you don't have the platform where you can just go out there and go off on people if you want to. Because everything that you do on Sundays is bigger than you.
I could.
You could, you could. But when you're out there on Sundays, what you do is bigger than you. So how do you handle that?
You know, I'm a delicate flower. I don't like when people talk negatively about me. But I also realize that this is part of it. I try to make sure that I'm protecting my authenticity in the midst of it all. I think one of the most dangerous things that can happen to us as people of influence is that we begin to defend ourselves through our work. Work that started off as pure, work that had a certain cause, now becomes the platform we use to whoop the people who said something about us. And I think it takes away from those who were truly meant to be drawn to our calling. And so for me, I have to reclaim my identity from other people's narratives because sometimes it is difficult, good or bad, to not fall into this idea of I am whoever people say that I am. I am who God says I am. You know, like, at the end of the day, I am who God, these scars, these triumphs, I am what my work has produced. I know who I am. And if you can hang on to who you are while building something that's bigger than you, you'll never have to worry about someone taking it from you because you held on to who you were in the process. And so when narratives are spinning and things are being said, I know who I am at the end of the day. And sometimes I have to log off because I do want to say something. I do. I want to say many things, many times. God's given me this incredible gift of communication, and I can use it to tear down, or I can use it to build people up. And I have to recognize that I have a weapon that's greater than what they have, and I want to use it with wisdom.
Also,
Amen.
Amen. Amen. You have to realize that is a distraction. You have to manage your resources.
Yes.
You have to manage your energy. When I started my company, and I had salespeople, and it was interesting because I would always drill down with my salespeople. And I would say, okay, you went to this television station, you went to this TV station, what'd they say? And I wanted to hear everything they had to say. And I had a number of salespeople who said to me, white salespeople, boss, they said to me, they will never do business with me as long as I work for that end.
Mm.
Can I say it, or the bishop here? I don't.
You say what?
Can I say the word?
Sure, go for it.
Nigga.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there another end?
No, I just want to make sure, I just want to be clear. That's all.
I know there's all kind of new words, and I'm 64. It wasn't nigga, it was nigger.
I was going to say, it felt like a hardy R thing.
Hardy R, right. Man, they went hard on me.
Hardy R thing.
So, and I had to train my salespeople, white salespeople, how to deal with racism.
Yeah.
Because they didn't know how to do it. And so I said, look, man, let me tell you why I hired you. You're good, but what you're saying to me, I knew that was going to be said to you.
Yeah.
I know who I am and where I am. So what you now have to do is not let that distract you. I'm not going to accept it as an excuse because I have a sign by the elevator that says there isn't a bank in the world where I can deposit excuses, so I don't accept them. When you get off my elevator, it's hanging there. I need you to go back and say this, that, and come up with reasons why he needs to do business with us. It's just a distraction, and you have to have the discipline not to get caught up in the ropes. That is so much what they do to us as Black people. Hit you with nigger, hit you with this, hit you with that. Whatever they hit you with, that's a distraction. You don't get caught up in the ropes, and you stay in the ring and knock them out.
Yes.
Well, how do you? I want to ask Brian. How do you let your emotions not get in the way when you know somebody has said something like that about you, but you still choose to do business with them?
Well, it isn't that at the end of the day, I'm gonna do business. I'm not gonna be, and there are a lot of people who don't do business with us because of our skin color. They just don't. And I appreciate the ones who say it. At least I know who you are and where I stand. I'm like, I like you, man, because you actually said it. Now I know why. Right? It's the ones who don't say it. But it can't be the distraction. You have to move forward, and you can't get caught up because they want you to use your energy for that. My white counterparts don't have to use their energy for that. And that puts them at an advantage because they're not dealing with that.
So we just gonna sit here in a room like this, and nothing you said was false, because being Black, living in America, that is inevitable. That don't faze me. I see that coming from a mile away. I expect it, I anticipate it, and I'm built to fend it off and to keep on marching forward. What about the Black on Black stuff? We just gonna ignore that? Just gonna ignore that. You know, ain't no white person called me a sellout. Ain't no white person called me a coon. We want to talk about HBCUs? Google me, look up my record with HBCUs and what I've done to help HBCUs. That's been ignored because I have a take that for some reason, a few Black people want to sit and act like the majority of Black people feel this way, and all of a sudden they believe it empowers them to define Blackness for us. Like, who told you you qualified? If I looked at you, your history, your track record, if I Googled you, what would I find out about you? I'm just saying this kind of stuff as you're marching forward. You talked about business. okay? I listen to you all the time. You know that. I listen to you all the time. You know that, and a host of others. I think I've proven I'm about business, okay? The point is, as you march forward and you're about doing business, you can simply be about the business of educating us about what works and what doesn't. You right. That's wise. I don't blame you for feeling that way, but that ain't gonna work. And because you say that publicly, and my God, is this man guilty of this? Because this brother goes on the air all the time, all the week, looking out for us, educating us, watching our back, telling us what minefields are out there, and he gets crucified. I get crucified. Other people get crucified. When all we doing is saying, we've kind of been lucky enough to make it this far, so we've maneuvered our way through certain minefields that you might not know about, or you might miss, or you might step on and implode because of it. And we looking out. We ain't selling out, we looking out. But we're treated differently. And you can't be in a room like this and forget that subject, because I can make an argument that while racism is very prevalent, still exists, don't let anybody tell you otherwise, it doesn't affect us the way our own affects us. When our own are willing to tear us down, that's what I'm talking about. Okay.
For the record, I've only said wonderful things about Stephen A. Smith. I love the brother. I watch him 7 days a week.
I was gonna say that was very real. That wasn't AI, right? But AI is here, okay? Good or bad, AI is here. What's the opportunity and what's the danger for Black storytellers, Sarah?
Oof.
Because I be seeing, sometimes they have you walking across the stage and I'm like, that's not Pastor Robert.
I would never say that.
I love listening
No,
to
I
that
think that AI is an opportunity to level the playing field in ways that perhaps opportunity and education hasn't afforded Black creators or entrepreneurs to be equipped. I think the dangers are obvious. I think not just the dangers with the ethics behind how the information is sourced, but I think the environmental dangers, which we aren't really unpacking to the full extent as we should. I think that it has to be used with wisdom and intention, but I do think that we also want to preserve what only a human can really give language to. And I think using it as a think partner and not as a tool to skip some of the lessons that you only learn through experience is going to be really important. I think we want to use it as a tool and not our primary source of building. But I mean, I think you would have to be blind to not see where the obvious pitfalls are. But I do think that we are living in an age of opportunity. And I think to completely ignore it, which we have a tendency to do, I think especially if you've grown up in a more traditional Black space, the internet is the devil, shopping online is the devil. I don't fool with that, I don't fool with that. And then we end up being left behind. And so I think to ignore it completely is a mistake. But I think to understand how can it best be utilized to serve what it is I'm building is really important, so that we're not overusing, over-consuming in a way that's going to be detrimental and harmful long term.
What you think, Stephen A?
She's absolutely right. And I think that, listen, AI is not going away.
Yeah.
It's here to stay. And there are lives that are going to be ravaged, that's going to suffer because of it, because you're going to see millions of people losing jobs. Millions. And you have to prepare yourself for that. So for me, paying attention to the industry that I'm in, seeing where the opportunities lie, where the opportunities are evaporating before our very eyes, paying attention to that is one way. Paying attention to the importance of ownership and knowing how to monetize your brand, not just now, but moving forward. Having the foresight, just like I did when I was in the newspaper industry, and I knew to get away from that because the newspaper industry was going to be a dying breed because of the .com era and beyond. You got to see the forest from the trees. Evolution is a part of life. It's changed. My parents used to tell me they never thought the world was going to be the way that it was in the 90s and at the turn, 2000 and beyond, the way that it was in the 70s, the 60s, the 50s. But lo and behold, change came and people had to adopt. And the world is merciless in that regard. And so to know that, you attach yourself to the folks and to the industries where the knowledge resides. and you make sure to steal and peel as much knowledge as you can to turn around and give it back to those who may need it most. And in the process of doing so, you hope and pray that a minimal amount of folks will suffer because of it, as opposed to an inordinate amount of folks. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
What do you think, Mr. Allen?
You know, about 8 years ago when I bought the Weather Channel, I bought it from 2 private equity firms and NBC Universal, and they had wanted nothing to do with the Weather Channel, and they basically threw the keys at me and burnt rubber out of the parking lot because they thought it was going to slide down. But they also said something to me. They said, hey, by the way, in addition to the Weather Channel, you own something called Local Now, and it uses artificial intelligence to curate, aggregate, and stream super hyper local news, weather, sports, and traffic geofence to the person's zip code. And they said, but you're going to probably want to shut it down. Because I went, whoa, that's amazing. What is artificial intelligence? It was the first time I'd ever heard of artificial intelligence. And they laid it out to me, and they explained the whole thing. And they said, you're going to probably want to shut it down. And I said, why would I want to shut that down? They said, because it loses over 25 million a year. And I said, you know what? I said, that's the most brilliant thing I've ever heard, what you just described. We don't have the technology to do it. So I proceeded to invest $150 million over the next 4 years to build it out. And it's turned out to be one of my best investments.
Wow.
Because now it's streaming and it's free, and people go there and it's advertising, and right down to your zip code, it can tell you what's going on with the air quality. And I just said, this is something that's a breakthrough. So like everything else in life, you have to have balance, you have to measure it, you have to make sure that it's not being used in evil ways. And every invention that we have is always some bad actors out there who use it in evil ways. But I think it helps to level the playing field. And once again, a lot of folks, especially people of color, will have an opportunity to create enormous wealth for ourselves and in our communities using artificial intelligence. So we have to get ahead of it, stay on top of it. And I'm glad I made the decision 8 years ago not to run from it. And I said, I'm going to learn from this, and I'm going to use it throughout my entire, company and across my platform. So I'm embracing artificial intelligence. I happen to love it.
Yeah.
And we as a community, we have to invest more in our kids to make sure they master STEM.
Yes.
Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. That is everything. We can't invest enough to make sure that our kids have mastered STEM, because that's what it's going to be about. Artificial intelligence, you're right, Sarah's right, it's here. We have to own it. We have to own it. And you have to make that decision to own it and not walk away from it, look away from it, don't be afraid of it. Stand up and say, baby, you belong to me.
Yeah, I totally agree. And if I can just say, as it relates to making sure that we are equipping our children, we have to be willing to be inconvenienced to equip them. Because a lot of times when we're raising children, if it's not on our schedule, if we have to go out of our way, if it's not easy, we do not expose them to the tools and resources that are going to help them as they grow and develop. And I think that it's a luxury that many of us have been afforded if we've been able to move up economically. But I do want to challenge our perspective on what it means to have children beyond just making sure they're fed and that they're in their rooms, is that we have to expose them. We are being outpaced in education globally, not just domestically. When we talk about artificial intelligence, I want to make sure that we're thinking globally about the opportunities that exist. We may be preparing our children for a future that is not in America. We may be preparing them to go back to the continent and to introduce infrastructure on the continent that allows them to see growth and development there. And so if we can think beyond our neighborhoods, beyond our communities, and recognize that we are raising global citizens, as much as we can pour and develop into them so that when they do move or when they do need to get out of here, they feel like they are equipped enough to build something outside of what's taking place in America. And I mean that wholeheartedly.
Absolutely.
Right. I mean, she nailed it. At the end of the day, whoever dominates STEM will dominate the world. That needs to be our number one focus. Intellectual capital that is dominating STEM. Then you're sitting there going, give me more artificial intelligence, because now it's your game and not theirs.
everything y'all saying is true, but how do you navigate the dangers of it? Because it can impact brands, right? Like when you talk about these N words that be attacking, some of them not even real. Those are like some, fat kid in India, playing around on the computer. Or, they might start putting out, sermons of you, Pastor Roberts. That's not even you. That's your voice, but it's not what you said. So how do you navigate those dangers, knowing those type of campaigns exist?
I don't know where this is headed, and I don't know how wild these narratives can grow with AI, but what I will say is that I am fortunate in that having my father, who has gone ahead of me, helps me to see what is survivable. And what I understand that some creators may not understand is that at the end of the day, longevity and consistency is going to make the difference. If you can survive this, the news cycle is so fast. They'll be talking about something for 48 hours on thread, and then the next week they won't even remember that they were dragging and that somebody was canceled. If you can manage to stay consistent and to have longevity, I think that time will tell the tale. I've seen Stephen A. Smith with his daughter. She is eating you up, by the way. I like her a lot.
I'm sure you do.
But you're helping her to understand what it feels like to be a public figure, what you're up against, what you have to navigate. What I think we need more than anything as it relates to future proofing are people who are willing to show us your scars, to tell us your stories, so that we know what's normal and what's not. When people if they start talking about your daughter online, you're gonna be able to tell her, baby, that's normal and you can survive it. And so I do think that our culture has seen shifts and changes that have been detrimental to us, that have threatened to put us in harm, and we have survived. Whatever happens with AI, there have to be at least a few of us who say, no matter what, we can survive this. I will make sure my community is not left behind. I will make sure my family is taken care of. We have to have a conviction about that, or we will allow the times to move us off of our square at a time where we need to be building. We can survive this. No matter what comes, we have to believe that.
And it's important because, somebody was asking me backstage about, the successes and all of this other stuff. And I'm like, it's about the process.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about. It don't matter what you achieve today if you're going to fall apart tomorrow because you ain't prepared to march on. The point is, it's about the marathon. It's not about the sprint. It's about the process, not about what it culminates into, because there's always something more. And particularly on the subject of entrepreneurship and just owning a business and being about that, owning your own brand, et cetera, et cetera. I've had somebody tell me this a couple of weeks ago, and they said to me, the hardest part about owning a business is that you never feel, quote unquote, successful.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop. It's on to the next. It's like, now, not literally. Of course, with all the success you've accomplished, yeah, I've achieved something. Fine, that's good. But you didn't do it for that.
Right.
There was a higher purpose. And that purpose you are still in constant pursuit of. And there's always more and more and more layers to it. Seeing your wonderful father in attendance, it's always more. I watched the sermon that he gave, talking about you don't stop, you keep on going. Because why? There's always the temptation to stop. Yeah. The temptation to say, I'm finished, or I've had enough, I don't have any more to give. But no. You living, you breathing, you got energy, you got blood sifting through your vein, you march forward, you keep on going.
That's right. I got one last question for each of y'all. I'm gonna start with you, Mr. Allen. If you could guarantee one major shift in the media world for the next generation of Black creators, what would it be?
I would guarantee that you have unlimited possibilities. You have a blank canvas. You can make your own masterpiece. You literally have the world at your fingertip. And if you are authentic and honest and you share yourself, don't ever think about the money. Don't worry about the money. It will follow. You just now need to be yourself and get out there. Don't overanalyze it. Don't overthink it. Don't say you need this. You have everything you need and then some. You are well positioned to succeed, far greater than anybody I've ever seen. I'm watching folks just rise like you've never, like when I look at my show, Comics Unleash, I'm watching comics who were unknown and they go and they do something really funny. They go viral. And the next thing you know, they're playing theaters, they're playing arenas, they're playing stadiums. And That is the internet, and that is being authentic and talented. So I had an unknown comic on my show 15 years ago. Guy made $100 million last year. Okay? Most people, Nate Bargatze, very talented guy. Yeah, very talented. But he didn't do that through the traditional platforms of TV. He basically did it through being talented and internet. So you have unlimited potential, unlimited. You are good as it gets.
Stephen A., if you could guarantee one major shift in the media world for the next generation of Black creators, what would it be?
I think you're going to see an inordinate amount of Black folks who have mastered globalizing their brand. You don't see people traveling over to Dubai for nothing, to Abu Dhabi for nothing. They ain't just going to party. They're going over there because they've learned that there's business that's happening across this globe, as you alluded to, and they want a piece of that action. That combined with the avenues that YouTube has created, there's an inordinate amount of opportunities that are available to you. I have officials in the Middle East on speed dial because they saw me on YouTube. I didn't know who they were, asking others to get me over there to come visit them. I just went to Abu Dhabi last year. I've never been there in my life, but it was at the request of somebody that asked me to come over there because they saw me on YouTube. If you have people, you show us as a people, we have incredible intestinal resolve, incredible fortitude with all that we've dealt with in this world and the things that we've overcome to still be able to stand tall and achieve what we have achieved. You can't stop us. You can try, but collectively, we're unstoppable. And the point is, when you have an avenue to communicate on a global scale, that opens the floodgates not just for STEM, but for creativity across all platforms. And we know that when you give us an opportunity to showcase our talents without limiting or confining us to a box, we are simply unstoppable.
Right. Pastor Jakes Roberts, I'm gonna ask you the same question. If you could guarantee one major shift in the media world for the next generation of Black creators, what would it be?
I would hope that Black creators would not underestimate the power of a niche audience. I think so often we want the big, flashy, those moments where we're in stadiums and we think, well, if it's just a few thousand people or it's just a few 100,000 people, it'll never have the great impact of those who have millions. But scripture says, if you're faithful over a few things, I'll make you ruler over many. If we can learn to master serving our niche audiences, it is a breeding ground for greatness. That a lot of things that need to be developed in us, a lot of the lessons we need to learn, we don't want to learn them in those stadium rooms. We want to learn them in rooms that may seem too small, that may seem like they don't matter at all, but it's developing us even when it's not necessarily developing the platform. And so I think that we have a journey ahead of us, and it's going to be an exciting journey, and it's going to be a powerful one. But if we're going to be steady enough to really outlive the times and outlive the changes of the world, it's going to happen because of what we do in those small rooms, not necessarily the big ones.
Woo! Make some noise for Byron Allen, Stephen A. Smith, and Pastor Sarah Jakes Roberts, y'all.
Got it this time.
Give it up for Byron Allen, Stephen A. Smith, Sarah Jakes Roberts, and Charlemagne the God. As somebody in media, woo, I loved this panel. I loved it so much. That does conclude our program for today, but be sure to stop by the networking reception right outside the door. And also, tomorrow, it's going to be another incredible day. Get ready for it, including Miss Jennifer Hudson. Jennifer Hudson. Hold on. Hold on.
Hold on a minute.
Hold on.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Can I have you for a second? Shh. I need a favor. Can you give me 90 seconds? Did you enjoy that? That was historic and legendary. I just wish I could have got everybody who is heroes and sheroes who made a difference on this stage. This was representative. This was not, of course, everybody who's the biggest, but this will give me a minute and just bear with me. I'll do this in 90 seconds. I believe that the top black media companies who've created creativity, culture, and cool for us and everybody else in the world, because if we say it's cool in Taipei, it's cool in North Korea. If we say it's a dud everywhere. I want to give these folks some credit, even those who are not in the room, the past, the present, and the future. The founders, the Chicago Defender. Please hold your applause until I'm done. The Chicago Defender, the Philadelphia Tribune, the Baltimore Afro-American, the Afro, the Pittsburgh Courier, the Amsterdam News. We didn't get here by ourselves. The Atlanta Voice, the Oklahoma Eagle, the Call and Post, the Los Angeles Sentinel, the Michigan Chronicle, Johnson Publishing Company, Ebony Magazine, Jet Magazine, Essence Magazine, Black Enterprise, BET, Radio One, now Urban One. That's a sister running that today. The Tom Joyner Morning Show, the Steve Harvey Morning Show. He tried to be here. Tavis Smiley Enterprises. He did some amazing things. Act Two, The Builders. This is modern 21st century. Essence Communications again. Urban One, again, that's Radio One, TV One, and I1 Digital. Blavity Incorporated, which includes Afrotech and Travel Noir, Shadow and Act, Revolt, The Griot, The Shade Room, OK Africa and OK Player, Afrotech, Baller Alert, The Root, The Breakfast Club. Then you got the producers include Tyler Perry Studios right here in Atlanta. Of course, you can't say anything without saying Oprah Winfrey. Macro and Charles D. King. I'm almost done. Hooray Media, Overbrook Entertainment, Reginald Hudlin Entertainment, the Spring Hill Company, Maverick Carter. It goes on and goes on and goes on. And then we have the new wave, which includes Roland Martin, who's in the lobby taping right now. Earn Your Leisure, 19 Keys, 85 South. Once again, The Breakfast Club, Breaking Barriers. By the way, the hosts of The Breakfast Club, all of them are here, at least most all of them. Somebody's holding down in New York, which I appreciate. Cam Newton tried to be here. I Am Athlete, the Pivot Podcast, Channing Crowder, the Jasmine Brand, Spiritual Word, and you had somebody in the room who built a global media franchise in multiple segments. Best-selling author, TV producer, movie producer, Grammy Award-winning music producer, spiritual global platform that his daughter is building on today. Can you drop the mic by saying hello and thank you to Bishop T.D. Jakes? Have a great evening and see you tomorrow.
We wanted more. I feel